Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Man in America. I'm your host, Seth Holhouse, coming to you live for election coverage. I mean, this is the day that I feel like that we've been waiting for since the founding of our country, the day that will potentially determine where our country is headed and whether in a few short years we will be in gulags or whether there's some chance of freedom and a constitution. So there's a lot on the line tonight, and we're going to be doing live coverage for as long as this goes on. I mean, maybe it'll be midnight, maybe 1 a.m. I mean, there might be a point, where they stop kind of counting, or who knows what's going to happen tonight. We're going to see, though. I've got a lot of great guests lined up. We're going to have General Flynn joining us soon. I've got my good friend Christopher Prosh, who is an election and political kind of expert, which really helps round out the conversation. We've got David Clements joining, Collin and Plume. So we're going to have a bunch of different people kind of coming in and sharing their opinions on what's going on, and we're just going to do this together. So I've got my tea. I made a double thing of tea. I've got my water. I've got my cashews in case I get really hungry during the show. And I wore my lucky flannel. This is my happy lucky flannel that I'll be wearing tonight. So, we'll see what happens. I have to say I'm cautiously optimistic. Similar. I think I was very optimistic in 2020. I was naively optimistic, you could say, in 2020, and we all saw what happened. And we're seeing a lot of indicators of all kinds of shenanigans happening this year with bomb threats and power outages and machines not working right. Imagine that, right? These machines that are so safe and so secure are not working. Imagine that. So we're gonna have a lot of fun coverage tonight, and we'll see what happens. I'm kind of doubtful that there's going to be an actual winner decided tonight. I would love to see that, but we'll see. I have a feeling they're not going to. But I guess we'll just kind of wait and we're going to watch. So let me go and bring on Mr. Christopher, and we'll kind of get the discussion going. So Mr. Christopher Prosh, thank you so much for joining tonight, man. How's it going?
It's everybody's freaking out. That's for one thing right now.
Yeah, it is. So let's give us a quick introduction. I obviously know you, and you've come on. I think you and I did midterms. We did a live show for the midterms together. Give a little bit of background. I know you've run a bunch of political campaigns. You're a pretty big Waltz fan. Is that correct? You like how he dances on stage? Am I mistaken with that? Or
Yeah. I really like how Governor Waltz always does that little leg kick thing to kind of demonstrate how youthful he really is. For being an old white guy, which I thought Democrats were white, man.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was thinking that maybe the running mate would have been a transgender illegal immigrant. I thought that would have been right on par with the messaging.
Yeah,
But
no, yeah, no doubt. But yeah, to answer your question real quick, just 10 years plus working in politics, managing, like I said, over 70 campaigns in 20 different states. Worked at at the UN.
Don't
Senate
say that
races,
publicly, Christopher. The UN is not our friend.
No, trust me. I mean, working there, I've seen firsthand how I mean, you guys think Congress is bad. The UN is way worse. So
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's good to have you here. Let's go ahead and pull up some of our coverage here. So we've got we're going to be flipping through a few different places, primarily, I think, between Fox and CNN, just to kind of round things out. So let's go ahead and let me just refresh this map over here on Fox. Then we'll be playing a lot of video as well. We're going to be playing a lot of their just live coverage. So right now, okay, looking at Fox. So right now, Trump's at 178. Harris is at 113. Georgia's a big one. So Georgia's 66% in right now. Trump is at 52.5%. Harris is at 46%. I know that the independents have swung like massively towards Trump. The Black community has swung massively towards Trump. So this is a big one. I know Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania, she's at 63. He's at 36, but there's 16% in. And it seems like Pennsylvania is, from what I'm seeing, is the main place that all kinds of weird stuff is happening. Shutting polls down early, voting machines not working, power outages. I mean, it feels like it's 2020 2.0 in Pennsylvania. Good old New York. There you go. And to be honest, I think that New York, in a fair election, would actually be a red state. But that is what it is. So what's your? I know you've been following this, and what's your assessment of where things are at right now?
Yeah, I just saw New York Times, the very liberal New York Times basically said, they're confident Trump's going to win, actually. They're over 70, 80% confident. You're 100% right, especially in Georgia and Michigan and even Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania wise, is not turning out like they did for Biden. I mean, in Pennsylvania had a 1.1 million plus early vote wall, if you will, against the same day of voters, which are traditionally predominantly Republicans. So Biden had a strong wall to really hold them at bay, if you can say that. Early vote did not happen very well for her. I think early voting was about 40-40 across the board. Republicans really got out early. Mail-in voting, early voting was very key for them. So I mean, she did not have that initial wall that Democrats always depend on with mail-in voting and early voting. And then same day voting. Republicans always do well same day. And I mean, again, Florida, we found that out within 30 minutes. Texas has already fallen. The red states are falling as normally as they can possibly be. But what's very interesting, though, and very telling, and this is probably why the Kamala Harris campaign is probably freaking out a little bit, is Trump is leading in Virginia by close to, I believe, if I look at even my own little map here on CNN, because I like to use the most liberal possible. He's leading by, oh goodness, about 15, 20,000. So, I mean, it's very interesting. And even in North Carolina, he's leading. Even in Virginia, I mean, I'm sorry, Georgia, he's leading. I mean, he has a pretty comfortable lead in Georgia right now of about 6, 7 points. In North Carolina, he's leading by about 5 points. In Virginia, he's leading by about almost a full point. So like I said, I mean, if he wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia, it's all over. He wins. He wins everything. He gets that 270 threshold that he needs. I will say New Hampshire was very close. They're not done counting it. I don't know why they called it early for Kamala Harris. He's only down about 10,000 votes in New Hampshire. Even New Jersey, which is typically a Democrat stronghold, even he's down about 100,000 there. I mean, that's again, the margin has shifted so far right nationwide. It's very scary right now for the Democrats. The Republicans will probably keep the House. Everybody's saying it's about a 65% chance the Republicans will keep the House, probably grow their lead by about 10 seats to about, they're at 220 right now to about 230. In the Senate, obviously we're going to get it because West Virginia and Montana will fall Republican. So we'll be at 51 majority. But keep your eyes on Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan. And Carrie Lake in Arizona. So yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of things happening. But right now, the big to do is Virginia. Does it stay red?
And I'll put out just a quick caveat is that I think that what we're seeing is a massively skewed counting of the votes. And I really do believe this. I believe that if every single vote, like if we did paper ballot voting counted on the night of the election, and every single vote was 100% accurate, I really think that Trump would be winning by he takes 70% plus of the votes in America. It would be a true red wave. But the discussion has really been about this too big to rig, right? And that's the key here: is that is there enough momentum? That's what I think this is. It's like I think that it would be naive to look at this election map and think this is actually a representation of the votes of the American people. What I think it is it's a representation of the votes after they've been put through this machine of fraud and all kinds of just absolute agains. Last try again and Pinsa again, all kinds of stuff like that. So I really do think though that what we're seeing is that. So I'm just kind of putting that as like almost like a little bit of a caveat or a little bit of kind of a asterisk to frame this is that like I don't buy into what they're showing us here. I really don't. My hope is just that there's such a mass of people coming out to the polls that and there's such a big shift in the voter base since 2020 that it's enough to again be too big to rig. So let's go ahead and I'm going to pull on. Let's go and see what Fox is saying right now, play them for a little bit. And also we've got General Flynn is coming on. He should be here about the next 5 minutes or so. So I'm looking forward to seeing what his assessment is. So yeah, let's go and listen into Fox News for a little bit, see what they're talking about here.
And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. By the time you got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I've followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, Trump stood a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact it that, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds, composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel, are from Betfair, Smarkets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
It's a basket.
It's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time. Apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for 40 days or something with no press conference. And it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over.
No, we're not. I was just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
all right, so we'll kind of mute Fox. We'll go back to their map, just talking head stuff. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's a little bit of a surreal moment watching all this because there's just so much at stake here. There really is, and not that I think that I really don't believe that if Trump wins, that he's going to come in and be able to fix everything. I mean, we've got problems that are way bigger than what he will be able to fix. To me, it's about giving ourselves more time. It's about throwing sand in the gears of the machine, the deep state machine that we're up against, and just giving more opportunities for the American people to come together and strengthen and have a chance. Because that's the thing, is that we need to unify our country. And we need to unify it, what I believe to be around the founding principles of the country, and be proud to be Americans. And it's interesting because I feel like that with the divide between the left and the right, what's happening that, back when it was 2020 and it was Biden or Trump, it was easier to see that, okay, Biden was a more typical Democrat candidate, and what he was running on was a little more typical, and he was obviously vice president under Obama, which for the Democrats, he was, their hero, right? The Obama-Biden administration was, great for them. But if you look at, I feel like right now, it seems like the race is this. It's kind of, you have Trump, which is people that want the Constitution, they want freedom, they want the amendments upheld, they believe in the country, they wave the flag, and from what I'm seeing, just from what I've seen a lot of reporting, is that the Democrats are basically running on 2 principles. That, from what I'm seeing, primarily, one is they hate Trump, right? So that's one of the number one reasons I'm seeing, on these street interviews of why are you voting for Harris? It's because I hate Trump. It's like, okay. And number 2 is I want to be able to kill babies. Like, really, that's what it is. It's all like, that's the whole messaging is this, which is just wild. That's become like what they're really running on, is that they want to be able to protect women's rights, the right to kill their babies. It's kind of crazy. It's wild, like how hard the line is between those two camps.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right. I honestly, going back to your original question of even about polling, the big question tonight is why was polling way off? Well, it's an easy answer. Most polling institutions are Democrat, run. I mean, outside of maybe Rasmussen and a couple others, 90% of polling institutions are run by Democrats. And so, you're never going to get NBC or New York Times or Emerson or Quinnipiac to ever give you a real estimation. It's always going to be, whatever they say, just add 3 to 5 points for any Republican candidate.
Exactly. Hey, so we've got General Flynn coming in now. So let's he's here for about 15 minutes, but let's bring him into the mix and get his take on this. Let's see. And hopefully this works okay. This is my first time having guests coming in and out like this. So let's see if we can get Mr. Flynn coming in here. Let's see here. Let me set this up over on my end here. Okay, yeah, I think that we're gonna this is working. So, okay. Hey, General Flynn, can you hear us? Okay, looks like he is on stage somewhere doing something. Looks like he's giving a speech right now. So,
if you got a car parked on.
Okay, so until he's ready, I'll go ahead and I'll bring the screen back up and we'll mute him for now. I think he's at some sort of rally. So let me see here. I'll bring this back up. So I heard him for a second there.
Hey, Seth.
General Flynn, can you hear us okay?
I can, Seth. How you doing?
Fantastic. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
I'm doing good. Everybody's getting excited about. So I'm here at Seed to Table. You ever been to Seed to Table in Naples, Florida, Seth?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right. Well, here I'm inviting all these people to a place that I don't own. It belongs to Alfie Oakes, a great friend. You know Alfie from our Reawaken America tour.
Of course.
And Alfie's been a speaker on the tour. Yeah, great American. Anyway, Alfie opened up tonight to have a great big, election watch party tonight, and it's really wonderful. Now, people are getting all excited about, the states coming in, and that's good. Texas, Ohio, Nebraska, a couple of states that, that matter, right? And they're good. It's all good. But those are known commodities. What we really want is we want to see some of the results like Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. I guess the big corporate media right now is starting to talk about Kamala possibly taking Pennsylvania, which is very interesting to me because it started out early this morning where she needed 700,000 votes to win. I don't know how she was able to overcome that number. I just mind-boggling to me. So independent voters are definitely up for Trump. I think one of the states that I'm really, really interested in is Michigan. And if Pennsylvania goes to one of the two candidates, if it goes to Trump, Trump will win Michigan. If it goes to Kamala, Kamala will win Michigan. Those are two big states, and those are going to matter a lot. And I don't think, and all of the corporate media apparently is starting to talk tonight, Seth, that we're not going to know the results. We're not going to know the results of the election tonight. So, and I believe that, and I've been talking about that for a while because they don't want us to know the results, even though in the United States of America we should. So Ohio just came in for Trump. That's 17 electoral votes.
Oh, great.
Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania's 19. Michigan is 15. That's a lot right there. That's whatever. That's 34 electoral votes. That's a big number in just two states. So, if we get Georgia, and North Carolina, then Pennsylvania and Michigan become very, very important for Donald Trump to win. And let's pray that it does look like the numbers are in his favor from early voting. It does look like the numbers are in his favor for the lines of people that were showing up, particularly in the rural counties. The big numbers for Pennsylvania, as we learned in 2020 and really 2016, are in the area of Philly Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. So those are huge bellwether counties, as my buddy Seth Keshel likes to call them. And so that's kind of where we are. I mean, it's after 9. We're probably looking at most of the states, with the exception of the West Coast, closing the polls. My guess is by about 9:30, 10, we'll see the final closing of the polls, and we're going to start to get some. We're going to start to get some reads, and aren't going to feel too good. And I do believe that we're not going to know the results until sometime in the next couple of days, if we know them in the next couple of days. I pray that I'm wrong. Back to you, Seth.
No, I certainly do too. I'm curious, just from your perspective, and I know you've been watching this, and you saw what happened in 2020, and you were, crucified for being one of the prominent voices that was willing to say, hey, like, this was absolutely a corrupted, not a fair election, all kinds of stuff happening. But I'm curious, so looking at, you're on the ground, especially with your Flynn movie tour, with the Reawaken tour, you're truly on the ground with the people. If the question I have, though, is if every single vote in America was counted accurately, and I'm talking no Dominion, nothing,
Barely.
what do you think this election would look like?
Yeah, I actually think that if we had a completely fair election in this country, without the machinery, with just people going in with their ID cards, filling out a piece of paper, turning it in and getting counted, that a guy like President Trump would probably win like 320, 330 electoral college votes. I mean, it's hard to beat the walls of places like New York and California, probably Oregon. But the majority of people in this country want to see the country continue in the direction that Trump was taking it while he was the president. And that's a very important thing for people to understand, that there's a lot of excitement and energy about that. There is no energy, and frankly, nobody even voted for Kamala Harris while she was trying to run for president during the primaries. So if we had a fair vote, if we had a fair election, and I do believe that we can, but right now it's the lack of trust. And frankly, it's like, I think, Seth, it's more than 70% of the country doesn't trust the way our elections are currently run. So, I hate to sit here and like I'm crying in my tea here, and I'm not. What I'm saying is, the reality of what we learned 2016, 2020. But the bigger issue is voter turnout, and more specifically, voter turnout by the Christian community. And you and I have talked about this at times. The voter turnout by the Christian community in the past has been pathetic. You're talking about 30 to 40 million people in the Christian community that stay at home. I wonder what churches they're going to, right? Who are their pastors that are allowing people to even come into their churches? I'd be asking, did you vote? In fact, I would, for this coming Sunday, if I was a pastor, I'd want to see their I voted button, right? And if they didn't have it, I'd tell them, go find another church, because you're not allowed in mine. Because the number of people that gave their lives so we could have the right and the privilege and the honor to be able to vote in a constitutional republic is huge. So we're in a place right now in our country where we still have a large chunk of people, not the majority, but a large chunk. I mean, it's as many as 30 million the last election. 30 million Christians did not vote. So anyway, that's kind of where I think we're at. And people have to wake up to this fact.
Oh, I agree completely. I mean, if you look at the communist infiltration into this country, folks like Trevor Loudon, who's written books on this, that they've targeted the churches, and that they have specifically, not only the churches, but the theology schools. And so they've specifically targeted this. They've worked to kind of create the separation of church and state, meaning that, hey, look, if you're a pastor, we're going to give you tax, we're going to make you tax free, but you can't talk about this stuff. So it makes sense that there's been such a poor turnout among the Christian crowd. But when the biggest issue, it seems to be pushed, especially on the left, is they want the ability to abort babies. It just seems like this is a battle of good and evil that's playing out here.
Yeah, I'm not a believer in the separation of church and state. I think that's a bunch of baloney from the left. and especially from the communist left that in some cases, in some places, they control our country. So there is no church separation of church and state. Read the damn Declaration of Independence. I mean, and I'm talking to you. You know that. The whole church and state thing goes back to the Johnson Amendment. Lyndon B. Johnson, when he was president of the United States, he really fought because he couldn't stand a particular pastor in the state of Texas that went after him when he was a congressman running for Congress in the state of Texas. And of course, Johnson was a Democrat. The Democrats hate God. They hate having faith in anything. And they actually want to remove faith from all aspects of our way of life here in this country. And when I say the Democrats, that word is really out the window. It's out to lunch now. Now it's more like it's a Marxist socialist left, and they just don't believe in God. So this idea about church, the separation of church and state, that's a bunch of baloney. Nobody should believe that. Go study the Bible. Go study the Constitution. Go study the Bill of Rights. Go study the Ten Commandments. Those are promises we make to each other, and the fulfillment of them are found in those great documents called the Constitution and the Bill of and the Bible. And I would just tell you, without our religious freedom, which is the very first amendment, the very first component in the very first Bill of Rights that we have, that's the freedom of religion, not the freedom of speech. That's number 2. Without that, we wouldn't have anything in this country. So when people start going, well, there's a clear separation of church and state, they're either lying to you or they're too stupid to have studied it. So more than likely they're lying, especially if they're in the media.
Very true. Well, I know we only have you for a short window because you've got a lot of podcasts, and I appreciate you making time for us. But I do have one more question for you, which is what's your message to all the Americans that are watching this that have been fighting so hard these past couple of years, that are so downtrodden after 2020, they're downtrodden after the midterms? What's your message, regardless of what the outcome is? What do the American people need to hear moving forward?
Yeah, the fabric of America is still relatively strong, although it is being systematically taken apart by a very hardcore group of activists at the highest levels of our government, and they're on both sides. But it's really this socialist movement in our country. But it's a relatively small group. So that fabric can be woven back together if people get involved in their local communities. That's why I've been adamant about local action. Get involved in your communities, get involved in your churches, never quit, never give up. These the bastards that we're up against, right? We can beat these people, but we've got to stand strong together. And I think we'll get through tonight. We'll get through these next few days, but it's not going to be without some confusion and uncertainty. And what I want people to do, at least for the next couple of days, take a deep breath, get some rest, and make sure that you understand what we're up against. And it is a systematic destruction. That's probably a very strong word, but it's the best word I can use, because that's what it feels like they're doing to our country. So, Seth, I really appreciate you having me on. God bless you, buddy, and talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you so much. God bless, General Flynn. Thank you for joining us, and I'm sure we'll be talking soon. So take care, and good luck with everything tonight.
Yep. See ya.
All right. Well, there we go. So that was pretty cool having him come on like that, from the event that he's at. That's great. So, Chris, I guess what are your thoughts hearing him? Well, it looks like Chris he dropped out and he's come back in. There you go, Chris.
I'm right here.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, General Flynn is fantastic. I mean, he's a great patriot. I think he's right. I mean, there was a big guess 4 years ago where a lot of evangelicals, really didn't come out and vote. It was the same thing with Mitt Romney. Over, what was it, 20, 30 million evangelicals didn't vote for Romney in 12. And they did come out a little stronger for Trump in 16. But 2020, maybe it was a COVID thing, maybe it was a fear mongering, but a lot of Christian evangelicals just didn't come out at all. I think we're seeing an uptick, obviously, this year with that, with the Protestants and with the evangelicals, obviously. But again, back to what you were saying, before General Flynn, beautifully came on. I mean, besides the polling being way off, even the mainstream media concocting a narrative, that oh, Harris is this wonderful person. People don't realize. Again, I'm gonna use my famous, Jenga tower of systemic problems that they've created these past 4 years that have not really been to their benefit. And people forget in the past 4 years, there's COVID and Fauci lies and lockdown lies, and then you have the transgender issue. We have men and women's sports. You have inflation, the economy. You have Russia, Ukraine war, Israel, Middle Eastern wars. I mean, the open borders where Americans are being killed, pretty much, openly, and it's all of that. Kamala has no answers for any of those except for Orange Man bad. That does not translate with the independents who they've offended, the Catholics who they've offended, the Jewish base who they've offended, and the Muslim base who they've offended. So I think that's honestly what's happening right now is the Democrats are reaping what they've sown the past 4 years.
It's true. I mean, and that's the thing is that it's like, again, as we mentioned earlier before, if you take a step back, you look at where the country is at right now. I don't see. I mean, honestly, I don't see how more than 20 or 25% of the nation would vote for 4 more years of this. It just doesn't make sense. Like the fact that it feels like such a close race, right? And it's going to take multiple days to count out. It's such a slap in the face to the American people. It really is.
Yeah, 100%. And I will say right now, most reports are coming in that Trump is going to carry North Carolina. So that's
yeah.
a
Well, so
must
let's look at let me do a refresh of our map over here on Fox and to see where that vote is at. So okay, so right now we're at North Carolina, 55% in. Trump up, 51 and almost 51.5% over Harris. Looks like he's up. Let's see, about a little over 100,000 votes. He's up in North Carolina. Georgia, he's got a very strong lead in Georgia. They're at almost 75% in. Like, honestly, I'm surprised that if this was the other way around, Fox News would have already called Georgia for Harris, right?
Yeah.
Like if this was, Arizona Brett Baer 2.0, they would be like, oh, well, it looks like, probably at 60%, they would have called, Georgia for Harris. But again, Georgia's looking very strong. They're 75% in, and he's up by 200,000 votes.
Well, and Seth, I mean, go up a little bit more too to Virginia. I mean, he's up almost
50,000
votes. Yeah, exactly. Almost 50,000 votes in Virginia. I mean,
with almost 60% reported.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, people called me crazy because I've been telling people for weeks, keep a close eye on New Mexico, on Virginia, on New Hampshire, on Omaha, the district. I mean, keep a very close eye. And people, thought I was crazy. All these rhinos have this mindset of being, oh, well, we've never gotten Virginia, not since 2000. It's a lost state. And I think that attitude is really, played against the RNC for a long time. But I mean, Trump wins with Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. He gets with the regular red states, he gets to 270 right there. So I mean, if Virginia holds, which it so far it has, and he's held Virginia for over an hour now. The blue wall, he doesn't even need it. I think he does get at least one of the 3 blue wall states. Maybe Wisconsin goes his way. But yeah, Virginia. If Virginia stays with him, it could go very well.
Well, even Wisconsin. I mean, it's very close, right? So they're 16% in, but he's at 270, she's at 287. So it's 17,000 percent different.
Yep.
Michigan, they're at 12% in. He's at 333, she's at 392.
Well, a fun factoid for you too there, Seth, is go down to New Mexico. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, now, granted, it's 13% in, but yeah, he's up. Right now, he's up 6,000 votes or so, but still, let's see what Arizona's. Okay, so Arizona still reporting at 0. Though I do know, I believe that Kari Lake was showing some strong numbers there. Let me see if we can pop over to the Senate. I'm not sure why it's not loading here on their map. We'll come back to that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. New Mexico. That's interesting. Again, Georgia. Yeah, I'm honestly Brett Baer. He would have called Georgia by now. Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania earlier when they first started counting, Harris was at 65% when they first showed you the percentages. So it's at 54-45 roughly right now. Difference of 100 some thousand votes at 27% in. So yeah, it's so basically, I mean, it's again, I keep harping on it, but I hate I hate this feeling of thinking like, oh, it's so close, because I don't want to buy into the psyop. I don't want to buy into the
Exactly.
lie, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, yeah, I love that Virginia's up, but at the same time, though, I'm like, again, history does show. I mean, again, we haven't won it in 20 years, right? But again, I keep going back to it. That's one thing. I mean, again, working with hundreds of strategists, one thing that that is against strategists is the history. I despise it almost when people are like, oh, well, we got to compare this to 2020. I'm like, whoa, 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 these are vastly different times from 4 years ago. I mean, in politics. 6 months is 10 years. I mean, it's things change so rapidly. This is not 2020, and anybody who's acting like this, we need to be based off of 2020 numbers. I mean, it's fun to compare, but the times are massively, massively different.
They really are.
But I will say back to your previous comment though
Yes.
about just the nonsense happening though. I mean, over the weekend, there was 4 liberal counties that kicked out Republican poll watchers, which is against state law. And and again, I need to give a tremendous shout out to Laura Trump, and Michael Whatley, the co-chairs of the Republican Party, the RNC. They've done a wonderful job. I mean, they've probably stopped and sued probably over 24 fraudulent, corrupt, discrepancy cases of, issues in Georgia where they're turning Republican voters away, or in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where the local law enforcement was literally telling people to stop waiting in line and go home at 1:30 in the afternoon. So the great thing about, the RNC is, Laura Trump has been touting for months. Look, we have 230,000 poll watchers ready to go. We have 500 attorneys ready to go. Do not mess with us, because, and to her credit, over 95% of the lawsuits have gone in their favor, because the Democrats have been caught so many times, and these federal judges are getting tired of it. Like even in Arizona, the Secretary of State had till yesterday morning to procure over 200,000 names of non-citizens on voter rolls, and he didn't even show up to federal court for the preliminary hearing. He sent one of his aides, and the judge was not happy about that. So it's just, honestly, I mean, I think even the judicial system in America is like, okay, Democrats, like, come on.
Hey, sorry, someone's saying that North Carolina got called. I've got incomings in the chat. They're saying they called it.
Yeah. Perfect. Excellent.
Let me see if we can do a refresh. And now they're not showing it here. Let's see if CNN has called it on theirs. Let me come in and refresh this over on our trusty friend CNN. Let's see what they're saying here.
No, they haven't called it yet either.
I hate these dumb websites these days. Yeah, so they haven't called it yet. Okay, here's CNN's map. Okay. Yeah, so they haven't called it yet. They're saying it 59% in. Let's see where Fox is at on that. Actually, let's just pop over to let's see what Fox News is saying.
It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him, because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate, because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Yep.
I'm going to make a prediction, go out on a little bit of a limb here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270
Okay, so let's hop back over to their map here. So, you know, and I appreciate Sean Hannity's perspective on that. I think it's, you know, it's a wise perspective. Yeah. So they're still saying here 61% in. I'm not sure. So though, you know, the incomings over on Rumble says that North Carolina has been called. I'm not seeing that, but also I'm not like, you know, glued to my Twitter feed right now. So Twitter is where these things are always happening first.
Yeah.
Which, you know, great shout out to Twitter and Elon and what's going on over there, which I think it plays a really, really important role in all of this. So it looks like we've got our next guest, which is Mr. Collin Plume. Let's see if we can get him plugged in here. Let's see. Let me hop back over here and get him plugged in. Give me 1 second here. Okay, there we go. And I think that we are good. So let's see if this works. Collin, can you hear us okay? Oh, can you hear me, Collin? Oh, I'm not getting your audio in. Let's see. Let me see here. Let's see what would be causing that. Let me see here. It still says connecting to audio. This is why folks, this is why you know you can trust us, because we're not like this super polished Fox News, right? We're a real media organization on the ground. So let's see here. Well, here I'll keep. We'll go back to. I think CNN's on commercial now, or Fox on commercial. Let's see. Collin still says connecting to audio for you. Let's see here. Well, here I'm gonna put on. Let's see what CNN's saying right now while we're waiting to figure this out.
Democrats in Iowa, and I suspect elsewhere, are saying we told you so, but we have a long way to go in the count. Right? So Polk County is Des Moines, 83% of the vote, and this is almost the downside for the Democrats, if you will. She's getting 56% of the vote, but you're at 83% already. So you got some more coming in, but this is your biggest basket, biggest Democratic stronghold, the capital of Des Moines. If you haven't been in Des Moines in 10 years, it's a very different city than you might remember.
Hey, Collin, can you hear me okay? For some reason, I'm not getting your audio. We'll go back.
4 years ago. So if you think, oh, wow, look at that, just let's be careful and be cautious. But we are waiting. Ames, College Town, right up here, Story County. Ames, we have nothing right now. That's a place where President Biden got 57% of the vote. When we get numbers here, we'll look at that. But let's see that. If the Democrats are going to surprise us, even by making Iowa much closer than it was 4 years ago, you'll see some math in these blue counties, more people, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm matters in a competitive environment. So we'll see what happens with Iowa. Again, it has been a red state for quite some time. And just to put the exclamation point on the it's early, the state of Missouri has the vice president of the United States ahead right now. Missouri hasn't voted blue for president in a very long time. Again, let's be open to surprises, and we'll count votes. Now let's come in to the battlegrounds where we are waiting. Wisconsin is blue. It was red last time. Still very, very early. 18% of the vote counted. This is critical for Vice President Harris. If, emphasis on if, you can win Pennsylvania.
Hey, Collin, try again. Can you hear me okay? Can I hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Cool. We're running the promotion on Seth's show too. Same. Okay. The quarter rounds.
All right. Yeah, so Collin, yeah, you're good. Your audio's coming in. You're great. So yeah, this is Collin Plume, CEO of Noble Gold. Thanks for joining us first off, but looking at what's happening with this election, I know you're following a whole different side of this, which is the markets, precious metal markets, et cetera. So what are you seeing happening, and how do you think, let's just say Trump wins versus a Harris win, whatever shenanigans happen to make that happen, how does that affect the markets, and how do you see that affecting precious metals? Because I also know that gold, silver, they tend to go up when there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of lack of confidence in the government, et cetera. So how do you see the trajectory changing for each of these positions, potential outcomes?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing in the short term is when will this when will they decide that the election is over? When will the election really be over? And I think while I mean, the last time this happened, it took so long. And when you see those things happen, so yeah, I'm watching aftermarket trading just on the gold market, silver market, see if there's any kind of movement there. And I remember, just thinking about the last time Trump got elected, the first time Trump got elected, we saw the stock market, they expected it to drop, and it actually rose pretty significantly. So I've been watching to see what's happening tonight, but I don't know when they're going to start announcing or when the markets will start to move. The economic policies are so different between the two parties, and I think that one's really in terms of lowering the government involvement, which is what Trump's big policy is just letting business owners and entrepreneurs sort of have a room to grow. By corporate tax, he's talked about lowering to 10%. He's also talked about getting involved with the Fed more, because obviously people are quite concerned about what's happening with the Fed. They dropped rates 50 basis points, yet the 30-year mortgage went up, because those things aren't tied directly together. So in terms of like day-to-day living and how we survive, I think President Trump would be a better person in terms of economic growth, but also a lot of the agendas do cause a lot of potential debt. On the other side, with Kamala, the debt that she'll create is in a different way. It'll be more government jobs and more government spending. If you look at the most recent GDP, it looks great because we were up at 2.8% for this quarter. But if you actually get into the numbers, they say about 80 to 85% is actually government spending. So, those numbers are quite misleading, because that government spending, unless you're working for the government or you're benefiting from the government as a consultant, it doesn't really get into your pocketbook. It just comes out of your pocketbook in terms of taxes. So I think that, any way you look at it, it's going to be tough. We're 35 trillion in debt. And so are we going to open things up in terms of businesses? If Trump wins and like let the floodgates open and really try to stimulate the economy and give more people that have regular jobs an opportunity to grow, and wages would grow and opportunity would grow, and I think home prices would take off again? Or are we going to try to just go the other way, which is more of the government spending, government jobs, which obviously there are people that benefit, but most people that are hardworking Americans are not benefiting from that kind of spending or that kind of job.
Exactly. Well, here's a question for you. This is like the $10 trillion question that I'm really wondering, is because I look at where our nation's at right now, and I look at all the problems that we've had, and a lot of this goes back to the early 1900s when this private bank was set up, the Federal Reserve, right? So do you think, do you think there's any possibility of Trump abolishing the Fed or like taking some really hard action against the Fed? Because I feel like that so much of what we're seeing happening in our country, so much of what's wrong with our country is the fact that our country is really owned by a private bank. I mean, we are so in debt to a private bank, which a lot of Americans don't even know about because they call it the Federal Reserve. They think, oh, it's a government institution. The president appoints the people. It's about as federal as Federal Express. So do you think that Trump talking about eliminating income tax and some of these big changes are indicative of a much harsher, kind of policy change or, significant sweeping actions against the Fed?
I mean, the Fed is really made up of the banks, right? That's who controls the Fed. It's the large banking institutions, and that group is the wealthiest group, at least in the Western world. The Eastern world has its own wealthiest group, which is oil money, but our wealthiest group is controlled by the banks, and so I think he's going to have a hard time just in terms of what's going on. Obviously, they've tried to assassinate him already. I think if you try to get rid of the Fed, I think they would try to come after him, in my opinion, because there's just so much wealth there. Now, what I think is a more probably feasible thing for Trump to do is to cut a lot of government spending, which Elon Musk really talked about too, is how can we continue to cut a significant amount of government spending. And that also would really help us day to day, because if we could get that 35 trillion debt down to 15 or 12 trillion dollars and have it a more manageable number, our currency would be stronger, savers would benefit from that, and overall middle America would do much better in a lower debt environment for the country. And so that is something that I think he would have more success doing. I mean, listen, ending the Fed was, Ron Paul has a book, End the Fed, that I've read back and forth many times. And I think a lot of people would benefit, but they have such a stronghold on what we do. Also, right now with the debt, the trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of debt that's coming due next year that are at rates that are double when the mortgage started. And so to kind of take a step back there, we have debt that is going to come due that they're going to try to negotiate it, high fives on some commercial stuff all the way up to 7%, that initially that debt was at 3%. The banks are in a very bad position. So it's a troublesome situation across the board, because the banks are going to have all this debt come due and they're not going to know what to do with it. So how do you navigate that in this country? And I think that's part of the reason that President Trump has sort of talked about getting involved more with the Fed and being, maybe able to dictate a little bit there, which would be a new policy. And I'm not saying it's necessarily it would work, but I think that having more control there and being able to dictate what they're doing and maybe opening up the books and seeing what's actually we're spending money on, I think a lot of people would benefit from that. Really comes down to dollar strength. That's the biggest thing that I have a concern in the world, is that the dollar really is becoming a weak currency. And I don't know if one currency could replace us, but I think that we're seeing a lot of currencies come to the forefront, from Bitcoin to what the BRICS are talking about to do, what China wants to do. I mean, everybody's trying to take down the king dollar and replace it with something else. So ultimately, I think it's, for what most people need today, they want to keep up with inflation. They want their investments to grow. And so I think that's the thing that really people are looking at right now, is what is the best way for me to survive my retirement, be able to keep up with the cost of goods, and hopefully whoever, whatever happens with this election, they can come into a situation where inflation isn't so rampant that people just can't afford their day-to-day cost of living, which I think if we continue on this track, most people will not be able to cover just the day-to-day expenses, because it's just getting so out of hand, from food costs to healthcare costs. I'm a business owner. I employ almost 70 people over multiple businesses. I've had my health insurance increase more than 10% for the last 5 years in a row. Every year. I mean, it's becoming almost unattainable for most people. So those are the issues that I think are really important to people. And obviously people are out there voting for it. And hopefully whatever way these things go, we can hopefully get this thing under control. But I do think having less debt and having a stronger currency would help us more than almost anything else.
I certainly agree, and it's interesting, with the talk about cutting down federal spending and everything, and just the idea of Elon Musk, heading up the Department of Government Efficiency and making massive cuts, because you see it. I mean, and it goes back into, even look at Trump in the early days. Before he was even talking about being president, he'd come into a government project in New York City, for instance, that was taking 5 years. It could he'd do it in 6 months at a fifth of the budget. So that's the kind of thing that we need to be seeing. Not to mention, it's like, okay, we'll say he abolishes income tax, which he's talked about, federal income tax being abolished, which I think would be fantastic. I'd love to see more tariffs on other countries. But that right there, it's like, okay, how many IRS workers can you lay off, and how much money can you free up just from this hundreds of thousands of bloated IRS, employees?
Yeah. Absolutely. And also, I was talking to somebody about Musk, and they were like, well, how can he's running, Tesla, and he's got multiple businesses. How could he have enough time to take on this job? And I always go back to what my mom would always say is like, you want something done, give it to a busy person, right? Give it to someone that can get something done. And I think it would be, this is the kind of not rash, but almost like entrepreneurial thinking that we really need right now because, I think that people saw that 9% inflation a few years ago, and they're really feeling it. And so, I think that's why this election has been, one of the most talked about elections, and there's so much press and there's so much happening right now because people are really engaged, probably more than they've been in a long time. They realize that our democracy is in trouble and we really need to have some significant changes. And I hope we're getting those changes. Every minute here, hopefully we're getting, positive news on some of the changes that are out there. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I think we still have to figure out our debt situation. And that's why, with gold, gold this year, all-time high, broke over 32%. It has not gone up this much since 1979. And it's interesting because 1979 was preceded by 2 or 3 years of very heavy inflation. Some of the most record-breaking inflation that we've had in the United States over 100 years ago. You have to go back a lot longer than that for us to have inflation much higher. But we were in the 15-16% range after we had that, really gangbuster gold year. So I think the thing that's interesting is, and from an investment point of view, which is what I look at, is what's the duck and cover strategy to survive this time? And I think that's why the last few days, our phones have been ringing off the hook. I mean, people have been just blindly sending wires in, clients that we had from 5 years ago. A lot of people have been coming back. And if you look at the retail market, the Western market's starting to get into gold. They're really starting to push. But we're really seeing that the 1% buyer, the really wealthy buyer, we're seeing a lot of those transactions happen, more than I've ever seen. And I think it's a testament they just don't feel comfortable. That's why, the 10-year treasury going up with rates going down is a testament to the fact that people don't feel comfortable in other places. So they're just parking their money in the 10-year, and the 10-year went up. And so that's sort of a sign. If the government's dropping, the Fed's dropping rates and the 10-year is going, that means there's just no confidence. And they're just trying to go into something safe. But ultimately, that 4% return, unless you're, worth some enormous amount of money, is not going to really keep up with inflation, right? And people that are doing it, smart people, they're only putting a small percentage there. The rest, they're getting out into investments that they can continue to grow. So it's going to be an interesting few months. It's going to be an interesting week, I think, because I would be shocked if this thing is done. This election is done. So there's going to be turmoil, and I think that with everything, geopolitical tensions, everything happening all over the world, and it's going to be an interesting time now with Biden, who's I don't know where he is, but there's still time here that he's supposed to be the president. And what's he going to do over the next few months? I mean, I know the lame duck status, but I mean, he's been more than a lame duck. I think it doesn't show a lot of confidence in the world, like the situation we have in the president right now. So with this uncertainty in the markets, uncertainty in the election, lame duck president, it's a tough time for us in the U.S. So hopefully they can get a resolution soon and we can move on, because the situation that we have in the White House right now is not helping anybody.
Absolutely. And so I wanted to just touch upon, you've got a big promotion that we're running right now, right? And just so folks know that, Collin, I have to thank you, because you are one of the main reasons why I can say I'm independent media, right? Because I'm not advertising for Pfizer on my channel, right? It's I'm doing this like full time. I've got a staff, and you are one of the big reasons for that. So I know we're running a big promotion right now with Noble Gold. I'll bring up the website real quick here. So it's goldwithseth.com, and then we'll be jumping back over. I think there's been some states that have been called, but where are we at with? I know you've got some coins that were
quarter for tonight. If anybody tonight sees this, they go and they request information. We're going to go ahead. If any qualified IRA, you can get a quarter ounce gold American Eagle coin. So it's a special thing we're running. We've never run this before. So you can get a quarter ounce of gold if you have a qualified IRA. So you definitely want to call in. We actually have people working right now. They're watching the election. They're working because we have a lot of people that are just calling, and it's been very busy. So we decided to stay open a little bit later tonight. But yeah, if you fill out that form or if you call us tonight, you can get access to this promotion. And we, for different size purchases, we have different promotions, but for a qualified IRA, we're offering a quarter ounce of gold. Incredible offer. It's, over $800 value that you're going to get for free. So call us and Seth, yeah, absolutely. We support, First Amendment rights. We support your show. We love your show. And, that's why we're here. And I've always supported people that have spoken their mind and want to have a connection to the audience in a very unique way. And I think that's what your channel does, is you break it down in a way people can understand, simple way, like where people really can digest it, and also bring it from a different perspective that you only bring, and you can decide which way the show goes, which is the beauty behind this. And you don't have 10 producers back there saying you got to go this way or that way. You ultimately decide, and I think that's really important. And it also really aligns with my values, as a father and entrepreneur and person that is an American that employs a lot of Americans. Have that connection with you, is that it's really important that we have these same values. So
Absolutely.
For anyone that wants to call in tonight, we're available. Fill out the form. But you're going to talk to a live person here in the U.S. They're going to spend time with you in a no pressure environment, and you're going to learn about gold, silver, platinum, palladium, everything we do, and really going to have an amazing experience with us at Noble Gold. Absolutely.
And I've heard so many positive comments from folks too. So this is the website, folks. It's goldwithseth.com. It is 626 654-1906. So 626-654-1906. So Collin, we're going to be jumping back over to the election stuff. I'm not sure. Are you going to stay? I think you're leaving around 10 o'clock, right? My time. So you're going to be signing off now. Is that correct?
Yeah. And I'll be back on with you tomorrow, I believe.
Perfect.
So.
Fantastic, man. Well, Collin, thank you so much. It's always great seeing you, and thank you for what you're doing. And thank you for allowing me to say, yes, I am a true independent media. So take care and God bless, man.
I'll be watching.
All right. Thank you, Collin. All right. So we got Chris back on now. So Chris, let's jump back over to the election. So what we've got now, okay, we've got I think some states have been called. So let's take a look. Okay. So we've got here. So Trump's up at 205 now. So they have called. Okay. Well, actually, yes, Chris, you're following us. So what are the updates you've got here for us?
Yeah, so Trump, as predicted, has taken Montana, Wyoming, Utah, so the Mountain West states are coming in nicely. I have found I'm watching Fox News, CNN, and NBC. NBC's a little bit more ahead of the curve, I would say. CNN's lagging a little bit. Couple of fun updates. Trump is handedly ahead of the popular vote. He's at about 38 million votes right now, opposed to her 33
Actually,
million.
Fox has him at 40 million, and they have Kamala at 35 million.
Oh, interesting. Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, but I will say one funny thing, though. So thank you. Yeah, absolutely. So the popular vote is going well for his way, obviously. But what's interesting, though, is, again, go back to New Mexico. Trump, there's 22% of that state already called, right? And Trump's ahead by 15,000. So he's already at 113,000 votes to her 98. I'm sorry, that's 24% in. So almost a fourth of the state of New Mexico is already called, and Trump's up a good 7 points there. Back to Georgia, there again, I don't trust Georgia to do anything right. They might be worse than Arizona, to be honest. They're at 80%. Trump's up comfortably 5 points there with over 200,000 votes. North Carolina's coming in nicely. It has been called by some, not unanimously, for all, but Trump's up about 200,000 plus there. He's up about 6 points. But again, Virginia, surprising. Again, not to me. I've been calling this for weeks. He is up almost 40,000 votes in Virginia. So, and then he's taken the lead in Pennsylvania. He's barely behind, about 30,000 votes in Michigan, and he's just barely behind in Wisconsin. So, and also Minnesota, about 2% is in, so don't judge me for that, but he's leading by about 10,000 votes, 36,000 to about 26,000. So, again, I'm not saying these states hold, but as of right now, again, I think Trump is having a pretty happy time being at 205 when, look, the states that she needs are not coming in.
Yeah, and so let's look at Okay, so look, I'm going to pull up here Election Wizard. So Election Wizard's been doing great stuff here. So as of 2 minutes ago, he says Donald J. Trump captures lead in Pennsylvania, leads by 10,000 votes. So let's see if that's reflected over on Fox. Wow.
Yep.
Gosh.
And I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. It's just I'm just looking at this. And it's like, yeah, he's now up by. I mean, we started the first. When we were at like what 10-15% counted, she was up in the 60% or so, and now he's taken the lead in Pennsylvania. He's at up by continuing to count now. Yeah, so she's at 1.56. He's at 1.58. So he's up 20,000 votes at 45%. 45% counted. Like that's pretty big. Look, let's take a look. Actually, comment on Pennsylvania, then we'll go bounce around some other states.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, Pennsylvania, not surprising. I mean, again, the black vote did not come out for her. The Hispanic vote did not come out for her. I mean, again, the entire Democrat agenda for the past 4 years has been very anti-fracking, very anti-energy. I mean, they have time and time again angered, the union base. I mean, let's not forget the Teamsters didn't endorse anybody. And most of the Teamsters support individually was 60% for Trump. So I mean, I think the Catholics really revolted against Harris, because again, that's the only base for how the Democrats keep the Catholics in their corners through the unions. Well, I mean, half the unions didn't even endorse her. But I will say real quick though, there are some that are already calling Utah and Nevada, which Nevada has not gone. Nevada and Virginia have not gone Republican since I believe since 2000. So
let's see what we're looking at here on Utah now. So I'm not seeing that yet. Let's go back over Election Wizard to see what he's saying. Wow, crazy. So on Kalshi, which is similar to Polymarket, Trump is up to 78%. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, look, I know what was I say? I was like kind of cautiously optimistic, but it seems like things are heading in a very strong direction for Trump. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, the people have been so angered, I mean, I told a buddy of mine in Texas just yesterday, I had a gut feeling that this was going to be very reminiscent of the 94 Gingrich revolution, where the House flipped Republican for the first time in 40, 50 years. It feels like 2010 with the Tea Party revolution, where, with the Boehner revolution, where we got, plus 50 seats in the House. I mean, again, I think I think the Democrats seriously underestimated how just furious the average independent blue collar voter was. I mean, Kamala kept doubling down with celebrity endorsements from Hollywood when Hollywood has no idea what the average American even feels or knows what's going on in their life.
Call them Diddywood endorsements.
Yeah, I mean, Jennifer Lopez, I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. People who have, the income tax could increase 25% across the board, and these Hollywood elitists wouldn't even feel a nudge.
Well, to be honest, like that's what happens when your soul is owned and you've got a contract on your soul and they've got blackmail on you. I mean, income tax could be increased to 90%. And they'd still be out there doing the same kind of stuff, right? Like that's just how it works. Yeah. I'll have to say, Chris. So look, we've got 184,000 watching us right now on Twitter, on the Twitter live stream. So for all those folks that are watching on Twitter, welcome to Man in America. Thank you. I think General Flynn was a big help in that. I will make sure that you follow myself over on Twitter at Man in America US. And Chris, what's your handle so they can follow you as well?
Yeah, it's at Pro 1854, the year our party was founded in Ripon, Wisconsin.
There you go. So this is things are heating up. I mean, this is actually getting a little bit exciting. So let's take a look here. Let's do a quick refresh and see what Election Wizards got going on over there. So he says NYT forecast for EC is Trump 293 and Harris 245. So,
and I'd also bring up too, Seth. I mean, it's interesting that Fox News has already called New Hampshire and New Jersey for Kamala, and votes are still coming in, but yet CNN and NBC have not called those states.
I mean, well, is it surprising? I mean, Like, we're in this mess because of Fox News. Like, honestly, I really think, I mean, and I was very strong about this back in 2020 and 2021 when we were doing all the analysis post-election. And I really believe that, like, you know, you can expect the stuff from MSNBC and from CNN, et cetera. It was Fox News calling Arizona. That was it. It was the betrayal. And then it was then again, it was their refusal to talk about any kind of election issues. That's what they did. What they did is they pacified the mainstream conservatives, right? Where your average mainstream conservative saying, well, you know, Fox News said that there wasn't any fraud, and so I guess it was a free and fair election. But the problem is right now is that no one goes to Fox News anymore. The fact we've got almost 200,000 people watching us on Twitter right now. Like, this is where the media, like, we are the media now. Like, it's incredible, isn't it?
And Seth, you're 100% right. I mean, I think it was Elon Musk who said, if Trump night or tomorrow morning, mainstream media is dead. You know, I mean, this is what makes you, Man in America, so fantastic, is people are wholesale rejecting mainstream media because they're bought and paid for. They perpetuate constant lies. I mean, you think about, you know, yeah, Trump is a little out there sometimes with some of his comments, but it's like, wait a minute, NBC, wait a minute, ABC, like, do you really want me to go over the past 20 years of lies that you guys have perpetuated time and time and time again, and there's no accountability? So, I mean, yeah, I think honestly, podcasting, alternative media, Twitter is going to explode because, I mean, again, mainstream media, they're the only people who have a lower approval rating than Congress.
It's great. It's great though, because again, and I'll say this a million times, is that the single most important thing, the battle right now, obviously it's good and evil, it's the battle for the American mind, right? That's where the battle is, because if enough Americans can wake up and they can see through these lies and they can see that, hey, this is America, we've got the Constitution, this is what's real, they can't stop that. Right? As much as even if they try to get rid of these things, they can't stop that. If enough Americans say, you know what, I'm not going to get my guns, I'm not going to follow your rules, I'm not going to let you come in my house and steal my pet squirrel and kill it. Like, that's all it takes. It's like, this is how we reclaim the country. And the deep state, the cabal, they are frightened by that because they know the real power in America is in the hands of the American people, which is why the psychological operations have been so intense on the American people. But you know what? What's happening now is it's breaking, and it's fantastic. And I think that they're sweating bullets, thinking that, you know what, it's going to be real bullets eventually that are coming for them, because this is treason. Like, what's happening right now is treason, and people are realizing it. So yeah, it's amazing.
Again, I go back to my Jenga tower of lies. I mean, again, you cannot expect the American people to take this abuse time and time and time again. Fauci lies, lockdown lies, COVID lies, again, men and women's sports, plus, you know, J6 lies, plus, you know, I mean, honestly, really, Biden, you raided your political opponent's home. You went through his child's, you know, a bedroom. You went through, you know, his wife's closet. Like, I mean, seriously. And then you guys tried to arrest him. Then you guys tried to bankrupt him. And then, you know, he barely, you know, gets almost, you know, taken out by a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. I mean, again, it's just, I think that people are so frustrated and so anti-establishment right now in Washington, D.C., that they're funneling all their hatred right through Donald Trump. And I think, you know, I mean, I think Jordan Peterson had a beautiful podcast about how he's like, it's not just Trump this time. It's Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Bobby Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, and so many more. And let's just say this out loud. Not even a distant Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy Sr.'s own son, JFK's nephew, is with Trump right now.
It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Here's a post. This is from Election Wizard, who's showing that on Cauchy, the Cauchy odds for Trump winning Pennsylvania are now 73%, right? Which is incredible. So let's go back and let's see where I'll pull up the Fox's news map again real quick. Let's do a quick refresh and see. So PA, wow, Trump has taken an even stronger lead there. He's at 50.5. He's 2% ahead of her at 50% in. I mean, that's big. North Carolina, to me, North Carolina is done. I have no idea why Fox hasn't called North Carolina yet. It's 70% in. He's at 52% over 46%. That's done. Georgia, again, I don't know why Georgia's not called. It's at 82% reported. He's up 52% to 47%. He's got 200,000 more votes there. And Pennsylvania, he's up 2% in Pennsylvania. They're more than half reported, and he's going strong. So, I mean, now look.
I mean, let's not forget though, they haven't even called Iowa yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, again, I mean, this is about where things were at, right? In 2020, and all of a sudden, they're going, hey, we're going to stop counting, and before you know it, that's where you had the classic, the classic F shape that goes up, right? It's like, okay, Trump's over Biden. All of a sudden, everything stops at 3 a.m. and boom, right? So I'm not discounting that, but you can see the momentum is there. This is the American people. It's the will of the American people. That this is what it is, which is great, right? So this is actually encouraging. I'm feeling a lot more positive than I expected I would be. So
yeah, I mean, you mean Fox News calling Arizona within 5 minutes isn't reassuring to you?
Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, gosh, we're now at 196,000 watching over on Rumble. Absolutely, or sorry, not Rumble, Twitter. So again, for all those people on Twitter, thank you. Welcome to Man in America, and make sure you follow the channel. Make sure you hit that follow button of Man in America. And I think it's a big thanks to General Flynn. I think that a lot of he shared the video and it's gone really well. But this is fantastic stuff that's going on. So let's pop back over to the Election Wizard and see what's happening. And then so it's 10:17 p.m. Eastern. At 10:30, we've got Professor David Clements coming on. So great guy, very good friend of mine, and also someone who's I really has his finger on the pulse of the election. And also, so Chris, make sure you stay on with this. Make sure when he comes on that you stay on as well, because we can have the three-way conversation. So let's go see what Mr. Election Wizard is telling us over here. So Iowa now called for Trump. Which big, there we go, 6 electoral votes. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that's reflected over on the Fox News map. So they've got, let's see. Yeah, so they're still at 205. They're not showing. Are they showing Iowa over there? No, they're still showing not. Let's see what good old CNN is telling us. Our trusted friends over at CNN. Let's see what they've got going on over here. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Here we go. So yeah, they're not. It's not called yet, but they're showing. Let's see. They're showing like this. Okay. Let's pop back over to. I like Fox News. Their interface is much nicer. So let's check in on these battleground states here. Let's look at. So we've got PA. Again, now we're at 52% in PA. Trump still, strong lead, almost 100,000 vote lead in PA with 52% in. Let's see what's happening in Michigan. I mean, he's coming closer in Michigan too. Michigan is now with over 1 million votes in. It's a 20,000 vote difference. Is what we're looking at over here in Michigan. Wisconsin, Trump is ahead in Wisconsin. Right? So yeah, Trump absolutely. They're at 46% in. Trump is up barely. He's up only about 6,000 votes. But Trump is up in Wisconsin. Let's see what's happening in Minnesota. He's destroying Minnesota. Now, granted, there's only 2.5% in. Yeah. But still, he's at 57.48. Or sorry, 57.40. Iowa, which let's go back to Election Wizard. Iowa he's saying that Iowa's been called, which I tend to trust that. So let's see.
That's my home state.
There you go. Here's interesting. This guy, so he retweeted Ryan James Gerdusky, who says huge swings in New York City's outer boroughs in Trump's favor. So the Bronx plus 21 points, Queens plus 20 points, Brooklyn plus 11 points. And I really do believe that New York, even in 2020, I believe that New York was a red state. I think that California could have been a red state. And actually, look, we just, man, we just passed 200,000 watching us on Twitter. So we've got almost 201,000 people watching on Twitter, which is amazing, right? Previously, my record was 25,000. I had a live stream with Ivan Raiklin, the deep state marauder. And so we're at 201,000 over on Twitter. Absolutely amazing. This is fun. This is what a fun live stream. It's like I've normally these things are all doom and gloom. It's like, okay, here's how the deep state's going to kill everybody. And, but actually, there's a little bit of positivity going on here. So what are you seeing, Chris? What are you focusing on right now?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm still, focusing on, again, NBC, CNN, and Fox News. Again, they still have not called New Hampshire on NBC or CNN, right? They still haven't called New Jersey. But you're right. I did see that with New York. Just crossed the 40% threshold in the state of New York, which again is unheard of with a Republican in New York. I mean, I think you're right. I think with the illegal immigration in open borders and inflation and Eric Adams, their poster boy in New York City who went against the system and weird once he goes against the party, they have trumped up charges against him. So I mean that's very, very communist fashion. You go against the will of the party and they try to ruin you through lawfare. But yeah, New York is doing very well. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to win it, but I mean getting above 40% is pretty good. I'm paying close attention to Virginia. She has caught up in Virginia and she's ahead of him by about 3,000 votes now. So he was up about 40,000, but she has caught up now. And so Virginia is looking, again, just barely. She's 0.1% up. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. It just changed again. Now she's up about 25,000 votes. North Carolina is still good for Trump, about over 200,000, almost 300,000 votes in North Carolina. Again, Georgia, 85% already in. He's already up 4 points. He's got about 180,000 vote lead. New Mexico, he's down about 8,000, I would say. Minnesota, yeah, you're right, 3% in. He's leading, whatever that means. Arizona, I think everybody's watching Arizona right now. He's down about 10, 15,000 votes right there. But again, only about half the state has been reported. It just updated. Now he's only down about 8,000 votes. So 49.8 to 49.3. And then Nevada has yet to be called. But yeah, I mean, again, I'm looking at Virginia the most. I think Democrats are certainly surprised there. So.
Yeah, Virginia right now. So it's at about 67% reported. And we're looking at.
I actually have 70% on my end on NBC.
NBC. Okay. Yep. Actually, why don't you text me the exact link that you're following on NBC, and I'll pull it up over here because I tried to pull it up earlier, and it was. Let me see if I can follow. So do they have the election map? The same thing?
Yeah. Can I email it to you?
Let's see.
Or can I put it in the chat?
Let's see. Let me pull up over here. I think I can find it here. Is this NBC News? Because NBC News.
I just sent you in the chat. But yeah, NBC is a little more accurate and faster than Fox, sadly. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, great. Here we go. Yep, let me pull this up. I got NBC here. Let's go ahead and pull this bad boy up. There we go.
Yep, there you go. So that's the road to 270 right now. So again, you can hover over those states. Yeah, it looks like Virginia is kind of pulling away for her, sadly. Again, he had a nice lead for a long time there. And, with Virginia, he didn't need the blue wall. But I think they're still fighting it out there. But yeah, he's down about 29,000 there in Virginia. North Carolina, he has a comfortable lead of almost 300,000. I think North Carolina, some stations have reported that early. He's doing well there. Again, Georgia is still dragging their feet like they always do. 85% has been called in. He's got about 170,000 lead currently. Again, New Mexico, he's down about 2.5 points. Well, actually, he's only down about 5,000 votes in New Mexico. Minnesota, he's up. Again, with only 3% in, he's up about 20,000. But again, Arizona, they have 50% in, and he's down literally by about 8,000 votes. So,
which is this again? Like, it's insane to me that a border state like Arizona, that is like seeing the reality of what happens with open borders is like this. I mean, how is Arizona not a complete red wave? I mean, is half of the state? I mean, it's crazy. Is half the state literally voting for and saying, you know what? We want 4 more years of open borders because not enough of our women and children have been raped and murdered by illegals, right? I mean, you look at Colorado, same thing. Now, of course, we know Colorado is a liberal stronghold, but still, like, look at Aurora, look at what's happening there. It's crazy. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, honestly, it doesn't. And when things don't make sense, there's usually a reason, and that reason is usually fraudulent, right? Absolutely,
exactly.
as you know.
I mean, people, they have to understand something. Arizona is a red state. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. Kerry Lake won in the midterms, 2 years ago. They are a Republican-controlled state Senate. They are a Republican-controlled state House. Maricopa County, Phoenix area is, again, it does account for a lot of that state. But Phoenix is not like Philadelphia. It's not like Detroit. I would never say Phoenix is a strong bastion of a Democrat, holdout. Phoenix is always more of it's more of a R+1, R+2. But it's more or less, I don't trust the fact that, again, look, I mean, a federal judge told the Secretary of State of Arizona, look, you have 200,000 votes. 200,000 voters on your rolls that are probably non-citizens, and he refuses to hand it over. He's supposed to hand it over yesterday. So again, I think that's one of the reasons why Arizona might take a couple days, because the Secretary of State is literally in trouble with a federal judge for not procuring that evidence. So
exactly. So I'm just checking out New York Times. So Election Wizard is now saying that his most recent tweet is saying that New York Times forecast now shows 80% chance Trump's wins race with 296 electoral votes. So obviously, we know the New York Times, their position on this stuff, right? We know where they stand. Let me pull up their website here real quick. Let's see. Let's drop in here. So, no, we don't want to see you, Mr. Guy. Okay, so yeah, looking at New York Times here, their projections, a pretty complex thing they've got here, but what they're saying here, right here, okay, their live election. Oops, that was my book I'm writing. That's New York Times. So yeah, live election right here. They're saying that chance of winning 82%, right? Interesting, right? That of all places, New York Times is showing 82%.
Arizona just flipped for Trump, so he's ahead in Arizona by about 4,000. Pardon the interruption, but
no, hey, Chris, you can interrupt me as much as you want to. So,
but yeah, they've called, and this is interesting to note too. There, Seth. Colorado just got called for Kamala Harris a little while ago. But again, this is important to note. Then this is so important when it comes to the election mindset. So Colorado is typically, as an example, about a 400,000 vote stronghold for Democrats, where they can clearly say, look, we have 400,000 more votes than Republicans in Colorado, so it's a blue state. But again, I think by the end of the night, I think that shrinks. I think that's cut in half. I think Kamala wins Colorado by 200,000. I think I think that's an example of how disparate people are with the Democrat Party, especially their own party. I mean, that's all I wish would have gotten out there. How upset, how pissed off are Democrats at their own party? I mean, for crying out loud, Kamala did not have a primary. She was appointed, not elected. Very communist fashion. Oh, we don't like you as a leader of our party. You're gone. We're going to install a new puppet for you. I mean, even Democrats are like, "Oh, wait a minute. That's not cool, man. She didn't win a single primary vote." And let's not forget, according to Rasmussen, a shout out to my guy over there, Mark Mitchell, phenomenal pollster over at Rasmussen. He said, again, they did a poll, several polls over the past 4 years. 1 in 3 Democrats believe the election was stolen back in 2020. So you have over 90% of Republicans who believe the election was stolen in 2020, which it was. But then you have 1 in 3 Democrats. I mean, almost a third of Democrats believe the election was also stolen. Again, that's not great news for Democrat messaging.
Exactly. So, hey, we've now got Mr. David Clements, Professor David Clements, joining us here. So let me go ahead and pull him in, get him into this live stream here. Give me a quick second, Jerry, rig this up. One quick second here. Actually, go ahead, Chris. Keep talking while I'm pulling him into the stream.
Charlie Kirk just announced Decision Desk, which is associated with the Hill, calls the battleground state of Georgia for Donald Trump huge.
Oh, okay, great. So let's go ahead and. I think we've got Mr. Clements.
And honestly, real quick too, Seth. This is an example. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna bring in David. Can you hear us? Okay.
I can hear you.
Oh, great, man. We need more beards, so I'm glad that you came. You came packing. You came packing heat, man.
Oh, you guys are making me feel bad. My beard sucks compared to you guys.
Yeah. So, David, thanks for coming on. It's great to see you. What's your assessment right now? What are you focused on? What are you seeing unfolding? What do you think the outcome is going to be? The floor is all yours.
Thanks, Seth. It's good to be with you. I think this is a tale of understanding the weapons typically used by the radical left, and one is the power of narrative, and the other one is the rigged machine infrastructure that I harp on and on about. And I think I'm able to say that Trump has taken the first weapon away. I think it's clear that the narrative that was projected heavily in 2020, it's not working. And I'll give you a concrete example. Most people have just taken for granted that Democrats embrace early voting. We work with experts that looked at the actual data. That's not true, but it was something that was seeded into the media to get us to believe that it's plausible for us to wait for those mail-in votes to come in and days after an election. And what you know, we found enough mail-in ballots that were from the early voting period, and presto, Biden wins. That's not the case now. Republicans have drastically outperformed their early voting turnout just based on the reported metrics. And so they've lost that. And one thing that the Democrats haven't done is they haven't promoted election day voting, which is a place where we're dominant. And so from that standpoint, they're in a real bit of a pickle. But that leaves the second thing that I'm much more concerned about, which is the rigged election architecture itself. I mean, people can't be short-sighted. Trump was ahead by over 600,000 votes in Pennsylvania on election night. We all thought he won. Now, the margin's greater. There's a 700,000 plus lead that Trump has. But this really comes down to the shamelessness of the Democrats. Are they willing, at the prospect of being put out to pasture, send people home and have things happen in the dark of night? And so I guess I'm kind of in this really antsy position because this is all I do is follow elections. Is there a capacity for the Democrats to say, we can't even care about whether this looks believable? We've got no choice, because if this guy gets in, we're screwed. So that's kind of my initial perception. I'm encouraged by what's going on in many states, but probably most importantly, North Carolina. That was a really, really important state from key demographics that people would chalk up to the Democrats. So you've got that. Pennsylvania is looking really solid. And even in places that are too close to call right now, like Wisconsin, you've got Ron Johnson showing up to a polling location, bringing a massive spotlight in an area where they had another glitch. And so, look, the night is young. Just put it that way. But as far as like voter turnout, enthusiasm, having a presence of people that are just on high alert, looking for everything, this feels very, very different from 2020. And that's a victory. We're just not out of the woods yet.
I love what you said too about their tools and about how the narrative is their major tool. And this is the point that I was kind of touching upon earlier, is that the fact that, right now we've got 220,000 people watching this exact live stream on Twitter right now. Right. So like, this is the media now. And I know that, you and I have been doing interviews together for years, right? Since back, covering the post 2020 fiasco. And that's the reality, is that, with what's happened with Elon, the growth of Rumble, they tried shutting us down on Parler and everyone has moved over, and Elon bought, Twitter, and now we're here. And so because I really believe that, as I said earlier, that this is a battle for the American mind, and whoever controls the American mind is the one who controls the country. And that's what's happening, is because there's a truth. Like, I'm someone that believes, I know that you guys both are the same boat, that I believe that there is one truth. Truth is not, kind of like, well, I kind of feel like this is the truth. I feel like I'm a man today, I'm a woman tomorrow. Like, truth is truth, right? God is God, truth is truth. And I really believe that what's happened, especially since 2020, is that the lies the media have pushed have become so much further away from the truth, right? The fact that we're having this conversation and we're even looking at this and saying, oh, it's a close race, shows me how far even this conversation is from the truth. Because I think in the reality of things, like the fact that Arizona is 50-50 right now, like, are you really telling me that half that state wants to keep their borders open? There's no way. Right. But the key, though, is I really believe that, thanks to people like yourself, David, that you've done so much. And I know you do a lot of on the ground, local, you're presenting to people, you're traveling the country, which is what we need to be doing, that enough people in America are figuring out what the truth is. And I believe that the truth is something that resonates deep within our souls. Right. It's like it's deep. And so they see it and they feel it. And this machine, this deep state cabal machine, they're losing their ability to manipulate the truth in the minds of the American people, which means they're losing their grip on the country.
Yeah, I think the radical left's been forced into a corner, and I don't see them winning. Like, I want to be clear about that. But at the same time, you have to be on the look for certain signals. I think the New York Times, maybe just 10 minutes ago, put out the possibility that Trump's going to win the popular vote, which is unheard of, right? And so, like, it makes me ask the question, what is their contingency plan then? And I've long maintained that the worst outcome for someone like me is Trump wins, and then you basically have a recipe that's documented by history through the perception theater that we're all engaged in, that I guess the machines aren't as rigged. The software isn't as rigged. There is a way to do this. But you lose sight of the fact that this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to get rid of the architecture, because Trump is different. He got an Elon Musk to come to his side. He's got an endorsement of Joe Rogan. This isn't going to happen again. If you've got another garden variety Mitt Romney-esque candidate, you're never going to have the coalition that you've got right now. And so there's this great opportunity. So if I'm evil, I'm sitting there going, okay, the best victory, the Pyrrhic victory here is, let's keep the rig infrastructure in place. Let's go ahead and inoculate and everyone settle down, give everyone Trump, and still pick apart those down ballot races, even if it's the school board, and just keep that stuff in place. And we'll surround Trump with twice as many swamp creatures as we did in 2016. I think that's their plan right now, that they're going to be going for. If you're going to get these signals from the media and we don't have all of the shenanigans that we saw in 2020. Now, having said that, I think Trump's ready for it. And so the white hats are going to have a contingency plan to go ahead and respond to whatever Team Evil's going to do. But that's kind of what's going on in my mind right now. It's not so much about whether or not we're winning the day. We clearly are. But I would also remind your viewers that, we saw 2 months of hellish litigation for Republicans that were outmatched, didn't know what's going on. We didn't have the knowledge of the system that we do now. And they're not going to give up lightly, whether it's another assassination attempt, whether it's challenges in court, Mark Elias, Perkins Coie. We have to have this mindset that just as much attention that was brought into showing up and voting today, we're going to have to have a segment of the American population that's willing to stand firm at every single level of every challenge until inauguration, which means lawsuits, it means withholding certification if appropriate, and really kind of rising to the occasion in a way that we uniformly failed in 2020. I think that's one of the biggest regrets that most people should have, is that we had legal grounds to not have Biden installed 4 years ago, but we didn't have the appetite for it. The legislatures didn't have an appetite for it. And I hope that that's going to be the big change here. The sea change really has to be the big shaping difference between now and 4 years ago is you, it's me, it's the American people, because the architecture is the same, the software is the same, and the corrupt administrators are the same. And so I think the great equalizer has to be that the American people has grown into something that's much tougher and resilient. And I think you're seeing the fruits of that today.
Well, and David, if I may interject there briefly too. I mean, I think you're mostly right on 99% of it. I mean, I greatly respect you. I think you're wonderful. I will say a little bit with like with a second Trump White House. I listened to his Joe Rogan podcast intently, and Trump admitted, to his vast audience, he's like, "Look, I made a mistake. I trusted the wrong people for, when I was in office the first time." And I reiterating this earlier, yes, obviously, I mean, the president has, tens of thousands of positions to fill, major, cabinet positions. But again, I mean, I think that people are really excited about beyond him, again, Vivek and Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy and Elon and all of them, but there's even pushback right now, with, him bringing Pompeo back, maybe him, probably he was Secretary of State, maybe he gets sec def this time. But I mean, Trump's been pretty openly bashing his former, John Kelly and many other people who openly betrayed him constantly, so I mean, I think it's a fair assessment to say, yeah, Trump will have to obviously work with the Republican Party, but I think a new Republican Party, I think he's changed things. I think it's a new Republican Party because look, Mitch McConnell, he's retiring next week. He's out of leadership for the most part. It'll probably be John Cornyn, maybe John Thune, but probably John Cornyn because he can fundraise better. But and even beyond that, secondarily, I think the Democrats going forward, if Kamala loses tonight, they have a serious candidate problem. I mean, let's just honestly look for the past 10 years. This is who the best that the Democrats can come up with since Obama. Joe Biden, who has been average at best in his 40 years in the Senate. Elizabeth Warren, who is vastly out of touch with middle America, Bernie Sanders, who is a flagrant socialist, and, Kamala Harris, who is basically, a San Francisco elitist who went back and forth between San Francisco and Washington, D.C., knows nothing of the common man of America. Who else do they have? Cory Booker, who went to a barbecue in Iowa when he said he was a vegan. I mean, I think the Democrats have to go back to the whiteboard and say, who do we got? Now we all know it'll be Gavin Newsom in 28 if she loses. That's their boy. It's their heir apparent. But for a while, the Democrats have had a serious problem with a candidate.
Well, yeah, I think we're probably violently agreeing. I think the only question about Trump and what he says on Joe Rogan, I don't have a good sense of whether there's this art of the war. Like I'm reluctant to just take Trump at his word because I think,
yeah,
I mean, I've met him, had dinner with him once. He's a pretty open book on some things, but I just look at the fruit and the outcomes of policy and where he achieves things. And so, like, case in point, Fauci. If he hadn't appointed Fauci, everyone would have said the most lauded expert isn't part of the Trump advisory committee. And as you see that case count going up, who's going to be blamed for it? Trump, because he didn't hire Fauci. So what did he do? He appointed him and started undermining him real time. I think the same thing with General Mattis, right. with the military. John Bolton, another guy that anyone would tell you is a terrible pick. Yet we didn't go to war.
Yep.
And so I think part of what Trump said is true. He probably didn't have a perfect track record, but when it comes to his endorsements, how he praises people, I take no stock in it whatsoever. All I know is if he didn't figure it out, and we are taking that on his word, we're in deep trouble. I think he's a genius. I think this was a major exposure operation on many levels, and so I think I'm really excited about the next 4 years.
Well, and just real quick, apologies, Seth, just real quick.
No, I love it. Like, usually I'm the one that's talking. I love having great minds that can fill the airwaves. It's great to have you guys both.
I will say one thing though. I mean, going off of what David said, because again, David. I mean, again, I follow you, David. I think you're hilarious and you're spot on with a lot of things. But I think we're living in a time where our children and grandchildren will be studying this. And again, I think this is a big miss that Democrats have. Let's just say this out loud. Donald Trump, who is a billionaire real estate developer from New York City, not New York, New York City. And he goes to North Dakota probably a dozen times during his first time in office. Okay, what does he have in common with cowboys and ranchers and oil barons? The fact that this man is so malleable, he can go to any state in the country and connect with, again, the average American blue-collar rancher, farmer, factory worker. Again, The Democrats don't have that, and they maybe Obama a little bit. He was pretty charismatic. I'll say that. He could connect to a degree, but I mean, I don't think Biden had that. I don't think. I mean, respectfully, to Kamala Harris, she had that Hillary Clinton, where she seemed very unapproachable. She seemed very, she was very disconnected. She had a hard time connecting with real Americans.
I think what you're saying though tells me that they got too comfortable with the weapon of that rigged architecture, that you could overlook personality, you could overlook anything. As long as you had the legacy media megaphone to keep telling you that someone's charming, to tell you that someone is great. And that's what they've done with the Democrats for a very long time now. And then you've got a selection device that brings them before you. And you're sitting there going, wait, how could this be the best of what the Democrats have to offer? And I think it's silver lining in the sense that, look, we're lucky we didn't have someone as charismatic as Barack Obama over the past 4 years, because I don't think you would see a Joe Rogan, even though it was like the eve of election. I don't think you'd have a Joe Rogan endorsing Trump if you had someone that was better at, falsely articulating the Democratic platform. But, there's a level of slickness. And I think Pete Buttigieg is probably the more skilled orator. He's probably someone that's closer, but still, he's not going to appeal to mainstream America. He's not going to appeal to a welder. He's not going to appeal to the unions based on his social values.
Yes.
And so I don't think that you have anyone. I think the person that you have was RFK Jr. That was the guy. And that didn't materialize.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're right.
Well, actually,
you're right,
Chris,
David.
I'm going to jump in real quick because we've got a few updates to share. This is going to Election Wizard. So Kansas has been called for Trump. Iowa has now been called, and Georgia has now been called. Now, again, this is according to, I'm not sure where he's pulling this from. I trust a lot of what he is putting out there. But so yeah, this is big. Let's check out Fox News again really quick where they're at. Probably nothing has changed on their end, unless they called Arizona for Trump. Brett Baer comes on and does that. So Trump is now back ahead in the lead in Arizona. He is. Let's see where he's at. He's now okay. She's up in New Mexico. He's got a pretty strong lead. They're 88% reported in Georgia. He's up by almost 200,000 votes there. North Carolina, it's 83% in. He's at almost a good 100,000, over 100,000 plus above. Let's see where Pennsylvania, he's now got an even stronger, almost a 200,000 lead at 62%, 61% reported in Pennsylvania. Now again, I'm just waiting for the news that at 85% in Pennsülvania counted. They're going to say, hey, we're going to pause the votes. We're going to do some stuff overnight. Who knows?
Yeah.
Michigan, he's come ahead in Michigan. He's up 49, almost 50% versus 48. Wisconsin, they're showing him ahead in Wisconsin. Now again, this could all be Minnesota. He's just he's now they're only at 5% reported. He's killing it. So just a quick update on that. But I did want to say and just kind of jump in and share a few thoughts on him getting in. I think that I like to have like a very sober discussion about where our country's at. This isn't, and I know you guys are on the same page. I'm not preaching to you guys. I'm just kind of sharing my honest thoughts, is that this isn't a normal election. Right? What happened in 2020 wasn't just the theft of an election. It was a communist coup. It was bad actors, foreign enemies of us, whether it was the CCP or any number of bad actors that want to destroy America. It was them stealing an election and putting in someone they had control over to actively dismantle America, to destroy our southern border, to destroy our economy, to destroy the family units, destroy family values, to push abortion. It's up against Satan here, ultimately. And so, and I'm not saying just the left is saying, no, it's like left and right. Like they've got people just, Mitch McConnell, prime example, his wife, a Chinese, okay, imagine that. His wife happens to be extremely closely tied to Jiang Zemin, right? One of the most evil, prolific evildoers in the history of China, the guy in charge of the persecution of Falun Gong, the organ harvesting. I mean, this is what we're up against. We're up against people that want to destroy America. And so, if Trump gets in, it cannot be a normal 4-year presidency. If it is, America's toast. If he goes in there and he changes a few things and he, put some tariffs on some countries and whatever, and then all of a sudden we got Newsom coming in after that, we're done. The only way that I see a future of America that my children and my grandchildren will have a country to grow up in is if Trump takes advantage of this 4-year window to make significant sweeping changes. And I'm talking about like going after the media companies for treason. Like that's what I'm talking about. It's that level. Like he needs to be a wartime president when he steps in, because America is at war right now. And our future is hanging on to, I think, the thinnest thread it's ever hung on to since the beginning of this country. So I think that's a conversation I think that needs to be had, is that like, what's he going to do with the Federal Reserve? What's he going to do with the major issues that we're facing here? But I think the biggest one is the fact that the significant positions within our country, the alphabet agencies, the media, big tech, it's not just that they're corrupt and that they're tending towards one side. It's that they're actively working to destroy our country and lead us into the collapse of America so they can bring about a one world government. Like this is genuinely where we're at right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's got to take a wrecking ball, because, if there's one thing that we know about the swamp is that their tentacles are everywhere. They reposition themselves, they rebrand themselves. It's kind of sickening when you actually see Trump going to all of these rallies and all the people that betrayed him, sold him out, never said out loud that 2020 was rigged and stolen, are the ones that take the stage.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where you're like, okay, we know what you're doing. You're extorting his popularity and trying to make yourself relevant again. But you're absolutely right. But I will offer some encouragement. I'm not a hopium guy, but there's some things that have been some foundations that have been laid that make it possible. Namely the Chevron decision, where they changed the Chevron deference standard to really take a wrecking ball and limit the power of the administrative state. When you've got someone like Elon Musk talking with Ron Paul on government efficiency, I mean, I thought that was one of the most beautiful things. I don't know if anything will materialize from it, but you brought up the Federal Reserve. Seems like every week for 2 months, Trump would heighten the ante on the income tax. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax for military. It's clear he does not want an income tax. And so like he's going to involve, the question is he going to have any synergy with the rhinos? I mean, if you look at the people that are being voted in or selected tonight, it's more or less the same treasonous Republicans that did nothing 4 years ago. So I don't know where it's going to come from, but I think what's going to get people's attention is there's got to be some level of accountability. And you use the word that no one likes using, at least in the mainstream conservative airwaves, and that's treason. When you've got someone like John Paulos, the guy that runs Dominion, and you've got emails showing that they were involved in our elections real time out of Belgrade, Serbia, that is a textbook example of someone who has committed treason against this nation. Violation of FISMA, from our voter rolls, everything. We got all kinds of federal laws that have been upended. And if we can't make examples of the people that have nation state access to our election systems that have done such harm, I don't think you're going to have a sufficient bat that you've taken to the swamp where people are scared. So unless you've got accountability where people can go, did you see what happened to these people? It's going to be concerning. So I hope he hits the ground running. And then the other thing that's got to be drastic is the J6ers. There needs to be a pardon day one. As soon as he gets into office, to where you have 1,200 families exonerated and 1 million other families that get to breathe a sigh of relief. And that to me is as important as anything that we do with overhauling the election systems. Let's just get our countrymen out of jail.
I will say, Seth, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Please do.
It looks like Bernie Moreno will defeat the incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio. So I think that plays well for us. Look, we're going to get the 51 Senate majority regardless through West Virginia and Montana, but Moreno gets us to 52. So I think I still believe that Hovde's going to win in Wisconsin. I think McCormick does better than projected in Pennsylvania. I think we do, and I think with Kari Lake, I think she does. I think she gets over that threshold. I realize and respect the fact that nobody in DC wants her there, but I think we get to 54, 55 majority in the Senate. But something people don't really talk about briefly, going off of what David said, Seth, people don't realize, and this is probably something that Democrats know, they have not publicized it, but if Trump gets in there, he has a very serious opportunity to have 4 straight years of full Republican control. And I can say that confidently because the 2026 midterms, Republicans it's a very boring cycle for us. We're defending Idaho, Wyoming, South Dakota, Iowa. I think the only states that were really might be contentious is maybe we might try to push for Georgia again in the Senate. Maybe we might try to defend North Carolina maybe. But even if we lose 2 or 3 seats in the Senate, we still have the majority. So I think that's why Democrats are honestly freaking out, and so is the establishment, because this might be a rare opportunity where Trump has not 2, but 4 straight years where Republicans control the House and the Senate. And again, all my predictions are coming in saying we're going to extend the House lead from 220 to 230 at a minimum. So,
actually, David, I wanted to bring something really quick to touch on some points that you made. Before that, I just want to ask, how much time do you have for us? Because I want to be mindful of your time. I know that you're going on a handful of podcasts tonight, and I'm thankful that you could make time for us tonight. But do you have a hard cutoff that I should be aware of?
Yeah, I'm supposed to jump on another show in about 5 minutes. But I'm, hey, when the man of America comes calling, you get on the show and you make the time. So I could probably go a few minutes over, but
okay.
Yeah, well, question do you have?
Well, so I want to bring up this, which is the cease and desist that Trump put out, because when we talk about Trump taking a wrecking ball and actually having accountability and actually going after things like you mentioned, the word treason, this I want to, because I know that you understand law extremely well, so I want to get your take on this. So this was a tweet that he put out towards the end of October. Basically, I'll highlight a few points. Cease and desist. He says, I, together with many attorneys and legal scholars, am watching the sanctity of the 2024 presidential election very closely because I know better than most the rampant cheating and skullduggery, which I think is a fantastic word, that has taken place by the Democrats in the 2020 presidential election. So he continues there and says that when I win, those people that cheated will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which it will include long-term prison sentences, so that this depravity of justice does not happen again. And he further there says, please be aware that this legal exposure extends to lawyers, political operatives, donors, illegal voters, and corrupt election officials. Those involved with unscrupulous behavior will be sought out, caught, and prosecuted at levels unfortunately never seen before in our country. I'll tell you what, whether as being a corrupt judge or a ballot mule, if I saw that tweet, I wouldn't be sleeping for days. So David, from the legal perspective, how do you translate this in terms of what he would do in office?
In some ways, it doesn't make sense. And I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense, is that the gears of civilian government are slow. And so to have the political wherewithal to get AGs that have sold you out, this only makes sense if you're looking at military law. I'm going to throw it out there. Some people look at devolution and Q and all those things. This is written as if there's already a sting operation underway. I mean, to be that bold, because I ask people, okay, like let's talk about accountability as we know it by looking at, a district attorney. Well, how are you going to make a district attorney do the right thing if, George Soros has donated them? Many of your highest prosecutors in each of the state, whether it's AG Nessel, these people are completely corrupt. And so this presents a dilemma or a dynamic that many people don't think about, which is what happens when a state authority is at odds with a federal authority. And I'll give you a concrete example. When we did an audit in Otero County, we found massive fraud. I took my findings to the sheriff. And I took my findings to a district attorney that I tried several murder cases with. And the district attorney looked at me and he said, what do you want me to do with this? Translation, he's like, DHS has guns. They have badges too. And they've got a far bigger budget and more power than I do. And so that's the question mark that has to be resolved, is in order to effectuate what Trump is saying, you have to have a expedited way of processing cases where the due process standards come way, way down. Because when you're talking about due process and fraud, you're talking about years out. And if you don't get heads to roll right away, you're not going to see that through. So the question is there something that he's working on behind the scenes that we're just not privy to? And that's, I say this without being conspiratorial. I'm just saying I understand how prosecutions work as a longtime prosecutor. And I hope it's not an empty promise, because he keeps bringing that tweet up. It's, I think, 3 or 4 times that he's brought it up, and it sends all of the radical left into crazy mode that he's coming for us. And I just hope it's true. So there's military pathway for that, but it's hard to have that conversation because, one, there's no way that a civilian like me can validate it. There's lots of things that don't make sense. But that's my honest answer, Seth.
Wow, I'm glad that you said that, because I've been thinking through that too. And obviously, you were a prosecutor, you understand these things extremely well. And you raise a really good point. I mean, if you look at, I'll bring that back up just to reference again, that he says that, they're watching, right? He's watching. And when he mentions the people he's calling out, lawyers, political operatives, donors, illegal voters, corrupt election officials, we're talking about potentially millions of people. It's not like there's a crime ring of, say, 15 people that are working at Disney involved in child sex trafficking, they're going to bust, right? Which happens every day these days, right? What we're talking about is in a lot of ways, a multinational criminal network of people that would have to be brought down, because that's what it extends to. But even looking within this country, just looking at illegals voting, looking at ballot mules, we're talking tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, maybe even in the millions. So the fact that you make a really good point that the only way to go about that would be
Let's take it up. Let's take it up a notch.
Okay, please do.
With 2 observations. And one thing that no one's talking about, and again, this comes down to not being able to validate it as a civilian. Space Force, the thing that he was mocked and ridiculed for,
good point,
was basically a military branch that was set apart. And it's pretty amorphous. People's understanding of Space Force is still very, very much lacking. But what it was supposed to do is provide satellite dominance. And when you look at the person of Elon Musk and the number of satellites that have been launched into orbit over the past 6 years, we're talking about thousands. And I had a discussion with a very good friend of mine, who happens to be my client, Jeff Lemberg, who's a nation state vulnerability expert who worked at Sandia National Labs. He knows the cost of firing those or sending out those satellites. You're looking at something that's comparable to the Manhattan Project, just from a money standpoint. And if you were to ever have a sting operation and be able to record everything that you would want, that would certainly give you the ability to do that. And then the second thing is, a lot of us today, I was kind of bracing myself, what happens if we have, another outage like the CrowdStrike thing that happened the night of the inauguration? It hasn't happened yet, but there's still time. There's Starlink, the other thing that Elon Musk has his hands in. And so you've kind of got this internet that's ready to go, that's independent of the control of the Googles of the world and some untrustworthy entities. So I throw that out there. There is a way to capture real election data. I mean, they have the architecture in place, but you kind of have to see through the gaps. And I mean, I don't talk about this much because I like producing receipts and like talking about things that I can prove. I don't want to just speculate, but I'd be lying to you, Seth, if for the last 3 years, I haven't been thinking about Space Force and all these other things, because it would be the ultimate trump card to have no one looking at really these tools that are massive, and getting justice that way. And all the people that were mocking him over Space Force, wouldn't it be just the sweetest justice if that ended up being the instrument that he's relying on to bring about enforcement of that cease and desist?
Yeah. You make some very, very good points. And you're right. I mean, all we can do at this point is theorize, because if there was this operation, I can guarantee that we don't know about it because if we know about it, everyone else would that would matter. That wouldn't he wouldn't want to know about it. So, David, as you're signing off, where can people follow you? How can people kind of interact with what you're doing, because you're doing extremely important work? I want people to be following.
Yeah, on Twitter, you can find me at the Prof's Record. It's the only one with a blue check mark. And if you go to my website, theprofessorsrecord.com, it's got all my social media handles at the bottom, and also a way to watch the film that you so graciously promoted that we put out called Let My People Go. And we gave the film away. So if you want to better understand how rigged our elections are and apply the J6ers, watch it, share it, burn it. Its shelf life, Lord willing, will be over after if we win. And that's kind of actually my desire, is that the movie becomes irrelevant except for like a time capsule. But yeah, that's where you can find me and learn a whole lot more about our election system.
Fantastic. David, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure speaking with you. And yeah, take care, man. God bless. Take care of your family. You're doing important work, and you'll have me think as I'm falling asleep tonight. I'll be reflecting on some things that you've said just now. So thank you for that.
I'll be up, Seth. So just shoot me a text if you have a hard time sleeping. But anytime that you want me to join, I love what you do. I love your show, and just keep doing the great work that you're doing, because you're a perfect example of why we're winning on the narrative department. Because as you said at the outset of the show, or at least this segment, that we're the media now, and you're a big part of that. So
thank you.
I'll
tell you something real quick. Is actually like right now on Twitter, we've got 250,000 people watching the stream right now. Literally right now is 250,000 people watching what us three bearded gentlemen have to say right now. So that right there is a testament to the power of the people. This is it. Like this is literally why I called the show Man in America. I'm just some dude in America. So David, thank you so much, man. It's great.
Well, I'm going to jump off and go to a show that might have maybe 300 people watching at a time.
It's just as important. It's just as important. So,
all right. God bless. Take care, guys.
Take care. Thank you.
Hey,
all right.
Seth,
So Chris,
in my message there, my good man, Mark Mitchell is available if you want him to come on, the Rasmussen Reports expert, if you'd like to have him. The only pollster who reported a landslide, by the way.
Yeah. So if you want to bring him on, let's bring him on. This is if you want to send him our Zoom link, then let's get Mark Mitchell's. Yeah. So for the folks that are just tuning in, thank you for joining us here on Man in America. We're approaching 250,000 people watching on Twitter, which is fantastic. And yeah, let's get Mark Mitchell on here. So Mark Mitchell is the head pollster. I've interviewed him before. He's the head pollster for Rasmussen, which is one of the very few polls I actually give any weight to. I look at polls as being a part of the psychological operation of controlling the narrative of people wanting to do, wanting to follow the crowd, which unfortunately happens to be a lot of our American citizens that just want to follow the crowd. Thankfully, a lot less today. So yeah, if you can get Mark on and he can give us some analysis on what he's seeing on the ground, that would be great. Going back over, I want to take a look at. Okay, so now we see Fox has updated their map. So now it's of course, with California coming in, it's looking like a much closer race in terms of the electoral college votes. But popular vote wise, even with California. Now again, they're coming in at 0% in. So, but Trump is still, he's sitting at about 52 million versus Kamala at about 46 million. Let's see what PA is at now. I mean, Trump has taken a pretty strong jump in PA. They're now at 71% in, according to Fox News. So he's now up 51% to 47%. He has
he's up almost 200,000 in Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Yep. So let's see, North Carolina, they're at 87% in, and so he's up by about almost 150,000 votes with North Carolina. Georgia, they're at 88% reported, and he's at 2.48, so almost at 2.5 million versus 2.3 million. So he's at almost a solid 150,000 above in Georgia, another key state. even Michigan. So they're now at 30% in, and he's at 51% versus about 47%. So he's at he's leading there with 30% counted. He is ahead about 75,000 votes. Wisconsin, they're at 62% in. I mean, honestly, like to pull this off, we'd have to have like 6 different swing states shutting down counting and having these late night ballot drops. I mean, it's just trending this way. Minnesota, they're about 13% in, and he's crushing it. He's
up 100,000 votes in Minnesota. Again, Rand, you're right. 13% isn't that much, but still 100,000 votes is quite. I mean, he should have been put away a long time ago in Minnesota, and that is a state that has not gone red since Nixon was in office.
Incredible. Let's see, Nebraska, they're at 52%, 53%, and they're kind of showing it towards him, right? Let's see, New Mexico. So this doesn't make sense to me that New Mexico, on the border, dealing directly with this, that they've got her up. So he's at, they've got 66 or so percent in, and he's down by about, what, 50,000, 45,000 votes. Arizona, he's barely up in Arizona.
But that's just it, though. Arizona has not changed in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
He's been ahead by 3,000 votes in Arizona for about 30 minutes now. And I'm just like, wait a minute.
Something fishy.
Yeah, something fishy is going on in Arizona. I mean, and let's not forget, this is a state that Trump was leading, actually the largest margin of any state in the country. He had a comfortable 218,000 vote just through early voting. So, I mean, Arizona should be a state that's called. I mean, Arizona should be like. It'll probably be more like Georgia, where they're going to drag their feet. But I mean, I'm just like, come on, Arizona. You and I both know what's going to happen. I mean, yeah.
Exactly. And so Nevada, 0% in on Nevada. I mean, but I think that as David was alluding to, as General Flynn has also alluded to, I mean, let's just say that they do call Trump within the next couple of days. That's when the war really starts. That's when the battle really begins, because we've got, again, going back to what David talked about, there's a lot of people that have a target on them now that are, that have committed treason, on both sides of the aisle, right? Republicans and Democrats that have committed treasonous actions against the United States of America. And so what concerns me is that I really believe that the deep state is extremely desperate right now. And so my concern is what happens between now and January 20th. If Trump wins or if he doesn't win, either way, I think that we're, going to see potential massive civil unrest, potential attacks on our grid infrastructure. I mean, this is why I'm so big into prepping, because, this is, again, if Trump wins, there's going to be a lot of people. I think the majority of Americans would be very happy, but we cannot think that we're going to be entering into a peaceful time in history. Like, we are in the end game. Like, we are up against I think you could say many thousands of years old system of evil that has ruled this world for a long time, that the flood didn't, completely wipe out. They crawled back out from the earth. So this is, we're entering into some very precarious times here.
Well, and it's interesting, Seth, too, because I saw a report this morning that Joe Biden will not be with her in attendance at her event tonight with Kamala. And I also saw that there's some speculation that if she does lose, that they're gonna take the DNC is gonna fully go communist and completely remove him from office, and they're gonna try to install her as president, to say that they've had the first female president and all the power that goes with that, and who knows what she would do. Let's be honest. Do you honestly think Kamala is going to certify the election in the Senate? Her own election. Mike Pence had to do that, but he was, he proved to be a coward in the end. But I'm just like, I think you're right that the Washington D.C. elites don't want him back there. I think again, as I mentioned before, I'm sure the Republican Party, back in 2016, they did not want him at all. He gets in there. He's more successful than they thought. 2020, I'm convinced that the rhino elites probably worked with the Democrats across the aisle to get him out of office, used COVID as an excuse. But now it's like, oh, wow, like Biden was supposed to be this shining example of being a moderate and being from Delaware, and we're supposed to get back to normalcy. Well, that didn't happen. In fact, things have gotten 10,000 times worse under Biden and Kamala. And so I'm sure the rhino elites are like, well, maybe it wouldn't be so bad with Trump.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I'll give a quick plug in for survival food, right? As we're talking about this, like this is a good reminder for folks that like if you're not prepared, now is the time to be prepared. Honestly, because I'm just concerned that the next say 2 or 3 months especially are going to be very precarious. So, Heaven's Harvest, this is a company that I believe in. I've got a bunch of their stuff. I've interviewed their founders multiple times. I would say, honestly, if you don't have at least a month of food stored away, tonight is the night to make that decision. So, folks, heavensharvest.com. And if you use promo code Seth, S-E-T-H, you get 15% off your whole order. So, Heaven's Harvest, they've got food buckets. They've got everything. They've got the number 10 cans. They've got water filtration, water storage. Like this is a big thing. So again, heavensharvest.com, folks. If you haven't yet, make sure you've got it. My recommendation is at least a month worth of food for every person in your family. Like just to survive if there's a grid down scenario, if there's massive civil unrest, if there's an attack on our infrastructure. You do not, trust me, like if you've studied the history, like you're a student of history, you do not want to be at a place where you're depending on the government to come feed you, because that's when things go really, really south. If you're depending on the government to come in and give you your food, not good. So I'll put it back up actually. So it's heavensharvest.com. This is the best, right? There's a lot of other food bucket companies. I've bought most of them. I tried a lot of them. These guys are the real deal. They are the best. So again, heavensharvest.com, promo code Seth, S-E-T-H, gets you 15% off of that order. Plus the fact that they're like amazing Christian patriots that run the company. Small business out of Georgia. They're fantastic people. So Chris, so back to the election map. What are you seeing on your end there?
Well, I will say a couple things here quickly. According to Fox News, Kamala Harris and her team are not offering comments at all right now. And the Secret Service is calling for more security around Mar-a-Lago immediately. Again, expecting a Trump victory soon. The New York Times, very liberal, very, very liberal New York Times and Decision Desk HQ.
Wow. New York Times has 89% chance now for Trump.
Yeah, they're exactly. I think people are. I mean, I think we're gonna head into, it's 11:18 on the Eastern Seaboard. I mean, we got to wait for Arizona and Nevada, to catch up a little bit here. But I think the writing's on the wall. Georgia's at 90%, right, and Trump's up almost 3 points there. North Carolina, Trump's up again almost 3 points. Same thing there. Virginia. It's narrowed a little bit. She's got about a 50,000 vote lead, but again, this is a state. People, this is an example. People, you have to understand this. In 2016, Trump lost Virginia by 200,000 votes, roughly. Okay, 2016 to Hillary Clinton. Okay, in 2020, Trump lost Virginia by 400,000 votes. Okay, so they had a great buffer in Virginia. And the fact that he's down, 45,000 votes, that's a massive insult to Democrats. That is a shining example of why they are running scared. Like this, that's not good. And the fact that Trump's only down 4 points in New Hampshire, he's only down about 20,000 votes in New Hampshire. I mean, that's a huge insult to them. The fact that Trump is at 43% in New York, the state of New York. I mean, this is a state she should have blown out of the water, and she should have gotten 65, 70% of the vote. And she's only at 56% with 4 million votes, and he's at 3.1 million. I mean, granted, she's going to win the state, but I'm just saying there's been a massive shift. And Trump right now has a comfortable lead in Pennsylvania by about 3 points, almost 200,000 votes. And that's also in Pennsylvania with about 76% called in. Michigan, I expect Governor Whitmer to drag her feet. They're at 33%. Yeah, they're at 33% right now. Shocker. Trump is down 2 points. Again, I fully believe personally that Governor Whitmer is a horrible, terrible, corrupt human being. I don't see Trump winning Michigan. He very well could, but I think their level of corruption is just so massive in Michigan. I think Whitmer's probably been planning this for years. Wisconsin, Trump is up. A comfortable 2.5 point lead. He's up by about 50,000 there, with 64% called in. And again, Minnesota has 14% in. They're slow playing it, but Trump is still up well over 110,000.
Yes, if
New
you look at
Mexico.
New York Times, the New York Times, they've got they're showing 16% in Minnesota, and he's up. Yeah, I mean it's even though it's only 16%, he's almost double her. Like she's at 198, he's at 328,000. So that's huge. And going
Well,
back
let's
to
not forget.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead, I'm sorry. No, hey, let's not forget, Seth, though. I mean, this is a state where the Minnesota, state Somali organization endorsed Trump, and other Muslim organizations in
Yeah.
Michigan endorsed Trump. And again, I'm trying to paint a picture here for people. Kamala Harris did not run a smart campaign. She pissed off the unions. She pissed off the Catholics by not going to that dinner in New York City, which was 90% Democrat anyway. So the unions, the Muslims, the Jews, the Catholics, and the blacks, they have literally isolated and angered so many different aspects of their voting bloc. I mean, perfect example was the Palestinian protests all over the country. Free Palestine now. The problem is the Democrats had to get behind that because that's literally a movement that they created. But in the process, they ended up alienating their Jewish base in New York City and in Boston and Philadelphia. And I'm just like, what do you guys expect? I mean, Republicans are over here laughing because they did it to themselves. So I mean, it's quite hilarious to see themselves, to
So
see them shoot themselves in their own foot.
so New York Times is now up as saying that Trump has a 90% chance of victory, which
Wow.
is so taking a step back from this and looking at it. Okay, so let's just imagine, I think David was very sober in his assessment and saying that the night is still young, right? And we
Yeah.
saw a lot of things happening in 2020. We saw they stopped counting. They paused things. We had the ballot dumps. We had the classic things that most people that are watching, especially this show, are very, very well aware of. But I forget, the exact, because I wasn't following as nearly as close as what you and I are doing right now. I was just watching. I was at home. We had a pizza and we're watching Fox News, right? That's where we were at then. And that's actually, it was that election that made us start Man in America, our first video that Trump ended up sharing, right? So,
Great
but
video.
I would imagine that at that, for the Biden-Trump race, that they were probably showing it very close. That New York Times was probably in on it. They're probably showing, say it was a 50-50 or whatever it was, to make it look like a toss-up, because again, they had to control the narrative. So like right here, look as an example, the New York Times is showing that as of right now that Trump is a 91% chance of victory. And this is one of the most liberal newspapers that really sets the tone for a lot of the reporting, right? So a lot of the news cycle comes from the New York Times. Right? I worked in the newspaper industry for a decade in New York City. Like I'm very well aware of this stuff. And so
Right.
what I'm thinking is, how do they backtrack from this? Because what you have right now is you have a lot of Democratic voters that are they're glued to the homepage of the New York Times. They're seeing 91% chance of victory for Trump right now. So how is it that after 1 day or 2 days, they can magically flip things around? It just doesn't make sense to me, because they're losing control of the narrative, or they knew they couldn't stop the momentum of Trump. They've accepted it. They're going along with it, and they've got something else up their sleeves. Chris, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm not going to put anything past them. I mean, I don't trust. To me, the Democrat Party is softly, they're socialists. That's, I mean, they love high taxes and they love killing babies. I don't understand their mindset. But there's one of two things here. Either number one, they're going to just accept defeat. Trump's going to win. He's going to walk into a comfortable 4 years with, Republican controlling the House and the Senate. As we discussed before, 2026 midterms are going to be relatively quiet and boring for Republicans. I mean, the gubernatorial races will be a little contested, but that's about it. But, so either that happens and they go back to the drawing board and they look at themselves and they say, did we go too far? did we push the American
Yeah.
people too much? With COVID and transgenderism and open borders and a horrible economy that did not get better? Or do they pull some last minute crap where they're going to say, we're going to stop voting, we're going to stop counts right now, we'll do it in the morning? To which I would be very terrified. But I have to give it up to again, RNC co-chairs Whatley and Laura Trump. Again, they've mobilized a beautiful legal task force that follows the letter of the law, and they've exposed probably 24 Democrat schemes of voter suppression across the country, from Bucks County to Georgia to Michigan to Wisconsin to Arizona. It's honestly, it's really it's really up to the governors now. Again, as an example.
Well, so here's just a quick update. So Trump is now at 90% bets on Cauchy, which is pretty significant. I'm going to play a short video here. Check this out. This is a 20-second video that Election Wizard shared.
Trump is winning the Latino vote in Michigan with 60% of the vote. Harris, 35% of the vote. That's a 25% advantage for Trump among Latinos. That is a big change when Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points 4 years ago. That's a 36-point swing in the margin. Donald.
That's so a 36-point swing, 36-point swing among Latino voters in Michigan. This is incredible. And the thing is, like, these are the voters that they've been targeting, right? They've been targeting the immigrants, saying that, hey, they're going to send your grandma, they're going to steal your grandma and send her back. They're going to, Trump's going to come in, ICE is going to raid your home. And so these are the exact people they've been targeting. So a 36-point swing among Hispanics is just crazy. So you can see this going back to the New York Times. Let's hop back on. Okay, now they say it's an 89% chance of Trump winning. So North Carolina is now called Trump.
Finally, jeepers.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Well, I'm just looking at this. So North Carolina, so this is, again, New York Times. They've got, wow, look at this. Okay, here's your battleground states. Georgia, they say very likely Trump. We're at 95% in. He's at +3. North Carolina is now called for Trump. Virginia, they're saying very likely Harris. Pennsylvania, they're saying now is leaning Republican. So it's 77% in. He's at +3. Arizona, they're saying now is leaning Republican. Wisconsin at 68% in, leaning Republican. Michigan, leaning Republican. They're having it at 35%. He's +6. I mean, this is again.
And I'm sorry, where was the +6 at again?
In Michigan.
Michigan, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let's go take a look at their map and see. So here we go. Let's check this out. So we've got Michigan. He's at 35% of the votes in, but he's got a strong lead. He's over 100,000, about 120,000 votes lead in Michigan with 36. This is Whitmer, right? This is her state. PA, they're at 77% counted, and he's up, a solid 200,000 votes with 76% counted. Wisconsin, it's not even, I guess it's not even close. I wouldn't say that, but it's, Wisconsin, he's up 68%. He's up by about 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. Minnesota, though, again, it's still only 16%. So they've still got him leaning Democrat, is what they're saying for Minnesota. But again, with the first 16%, he has, this is kind of crazy. Here's a little note. Most results have typically been reported by noon Eastern on Wednesday. The absentee ballot deadline has moved to 9 p.m. Eastern time from 4 p.m. on Election Day. Oh, imagine that.
Yeah. Well, and even the Kamala Harris campaign team has come out saying, everybody go to sleep. We won't have results till about 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So that's telling, because I'm surprised that the Kamala Harris campaign team didn't say, hey, everybody go to bed. It's going to be a couple days. They would have framed it differently. But the fact that they're like, oh, we won't know for the most part who won till about 3 a.m. So, I think even her campaign sees, the writing on the wall a little bit here. But but again, there are some political experts that are still saying, just be a little careful. They are expecting tens of thousands of ballots to come in from Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. But again, though, even if it's 20, 30, 40,000 coming in from Pennsylvania, that still wouldn't really help her enough in Pennsylvania. Let's just say it's 90,000, worst case scenario from Philadelphia, which I highly doubt. That still would not help her. That's my point. But back to your point, though, yeah, Trump is doing better with Latinos. He is doing better with the black vote. I think in Georgia alone, Trump in 2020 got 8% of the black vote in Georgia. There's reports coming out of Georgia that he's getting 20% of the black vote, which is just, Republicans have never gotten higher than 12% nationwide of the black American voter base. But the fact that he's getting 20, 25%, which again, I said months ago, again, Kamala was not resonating well with black America.
Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. So we're up to, let me pull up I'll pull up this real quick though. So this is pretty incredible. Over on Twitter, we have, let's see, good old Pot Seal America. Let's see, where is the live stream showing up there? It should be, let's see.
Yeah, MSNBC, Harris camp expects tens of thousands of votes to come in from Philadelphia. But again, Philadelphia, they did not come out for her. Again, I go back to, like I said before, Seth, Biden had a 1.1 million early vote advantage in Pennsylvania 4 years ago. Kamala had maybe 380, 390, maybe 400,000 at most. People, again, the enthusiasm level was not there for her.
Exactly. So let's do a quick refresh of Election Wizard. Great to follow. And also, yeah, we're at, actually, I'll show you real quick there. We've got almost 270,000 people watching us over on Twitter. Absolutely incredible. For all those folks watching on Twitter, you see that little guy that says "Man in America"? That's me. Make sure you follow me, right? So make sure you hit that follow on there because if you're new to the channel, welcome. But this is the kind of coverage that we're doing all the time here on Man in America, which is how cool is that? But back to what's that, Chris?
Man in America is fantastic, everybody. For first-time listeners, Seth Holhouse is amazing. Great channel. Gives a very unbiased, common American perspective on things. If you don't want mainstream media lies, listen to Seth Holhouse on Rumble, on Twitter. He's fantastic, everybody.
Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you for that. So I want to pull back up Election Wizard and see what updates he's got because he's doing some great stuff. That's okay. It's cool. He's actually following me. I didn't know that. Cool. Hello, Election Wizard. So anyway, so what they're saying is that election alert, Harris leads Trump by just 700 votes in Buck County, PA, with an estimated 52% reporting.
In Buck County?
What's that?
In Bucks County, is that?
Yeah, in Buck County, PA. Yep.
That's funny. And that's the same county, Seth, a couple days ago, where local law enforcement was telling people to go home at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Exactly. So here he's also saying, that they can't stop the count at this point. He says they are shedding votes everywhere in blue states, red states, and purple states. If they stop the count at this point, it will be too obvious what they're doing. He also says that with 79% reporting, Harris underperforms in the Chicago metro area, Cook County, by 12% compared to Biden's lead in 2020. It looks like her campaign is just collapsing. Here's another post here saying that 75% of Philadelphia is already in. There's an estimated 172,000 votes remaining in Philly. So even if Harris won 100% of these votes, she would only lead Trump by less than 8,000 votes statewide.
Yep.
It says hardly any of the Cambria is in and less than half of York is in. These are overwhelmingly Trump counties. And there's thousands of votes still to be counted in other large counties like Luzerne and Carbon. So very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
And I think a lot goes on why you've got the New York Times over here that's saying that, Trump, that they're calling, they haven't called PA for Trump yet. They're saying it's leaning Republican for him.
Yeah, again, I completely agree with that. Look at the numbers. Again, I go back to, I keep going back between New York Times and NBC and CNN and Fox News. I'm just like, oh my goodness, like it's absurd that Fox News has not called Georgia and North Carolina, but yet New York Times has called North Carolina. I'm just like,
what kind of clown world do we live in? That Well, I guess we live in the clown world of 2020 where Fox was the first of any of the major media to call Arizona. Of course.
Exactly my point. And that's, yeah, I mean, they call Arizona in 2020 within like the first 5 minutes, but oh, God forbid they call Georgia at 95% of the votes in when Trump's ahead by, 300. Oh, no, I'm sorry, by about, yeah, close to 170,000 votes. I'm just like, whatever. I mean, again, I get it. Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, he hates Trump. I get it. It's like there's these, from what I've studied, from what I've researched, what I've seen, it's like there's two different Republican camps, right? There's the old neocons like Brian Kemp, who's a terrible person. He's just like, oh, well, we represent the old Republican guard. I mean, the Bush rhinos who were like, oh, we own the rights to Reagan's legacy. And it's like, no, you don't even know what neocon even really means. And you guys have ruined Reagan's legacy. Trump's coming in, not offering a new Republican vision for the party. He's taking us back to Eisenhower Republican policies. Eisenhower deported over 3 million illegal immigrants. Eisenhower had a more isolationist policy when it came to foreign intervention and so on, a strong economy, things like that. But it's just, yeah, I mean, I will never understand why Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, I will never understand why he is more comfortable working with socialists than supporting MAGA.
Well, that's the thing, is I'm not saying anything specific about Brian Kemp, but look at all the Diddy file stuff coming out. We live in an age where if you see people, especially people of power, whether they're politicians, AGs, celebrities, musicians, etc., when you see them doing things that just doesn't make sense, it tells you that they're controlled by blackmail. Like, it's the only thing. It's the only way you can make sense of it, right? Why would, it's like what we were talking about earlier, right? Like they could be, Harris could be coming out with 100% increase in income tax, right? And you would still have the same celebrities out endorsing her. Why? Well, because they all went to P. Diddy's parties. What do you think happened there? What kind of blackmail do they have, right? These people, I think you and I are lucky because we're not controlled. We're not blackmailed. We can just speak the truth and call the truth, for what it is.
And that's the whole thing too, Seth, is people, I mean, again, that's why we have so many people on our side who are more commonsensical, who, like, as an example, one of my favorites is like Charlie Kirk as an example. He literally goes to these college campuses. Ben Shapiro, same thing. All these guys, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, they literally have an honest sit-down conversation with these liberals, and they literally just ask them basic questions. And one of my favorites, to really eviscerate the left's arguments for just policy is, okay, so if you're truly for Black America as a Democrat Party, okay, then why do you support Planned Parenthood? It was founded by Margaret Sanger, who is a horrible eugenicist, racist, terrible woman who supported, Nazi Germany and the KKK for that matter. And Planned Parenthood is, shocker, surprisingly, in predominantly Black cities. And then, to take matters even worse beyond that, the number one killer in the Black community is gang violence, is Black on Black crime. So it's like, you guys don't support the Black community. You've been taking advantage of them for over 100 years, and it is ridiculous. I mean, it's the Democrats keep lying to them. Like Baltimore, terrible city. Atlanta. I mean, there's such a high, perpetuation for, great, amazing, Black Americans who deserve better. And honestly, the party has done nothing for them. They're the party of the KKK. The Democrats are the party of Lyndon Johnson. I mean, the Great Society Act that has crippled that entire population for the better part of 50 plus years. I mean, so I honestly think Trump has hit a nugget with them. He's hit a nerve with them where they're just like, look, we get it. He's being prosecuted unfairly and unlawfully. They're trying to bankrupt him, didn't work. They're trying to imprison him, didn't work. They're trying to take him out, through assassination. And the Black community is like, wait a minute, we get that. We understand that.
It's like, yeah, this guy's now a felon. He's being shot at. Like, it's like, oh, like, it's like, cool, man. Yeah, it's wild. Well, thank you, Chris, for your little rant, because I was getting hungry, so I was able to eat a handful of cashews there. So,
I know, I saw that.
I wasn't hiding it. I muted it, so I wasn't chewing into my microphone, but I wasn't hiding it. But yeah, actually, so well, actually, wow, it's funny. I just had a thought. I want to go back to something. I want to show something real quickly here. Let me just go back to my profile on Twitter, just to say, again, for all the folks that are watching on Twitter, make sure you're following. But I wanted to come back to what was the beginning of Man in America. Just play this right here. So for the folks that don't know who I am, this was the first video that we ever made. My wife and I made this in our basement. This was the very first video that we made called "The Plot to Steal America," and it was a almost 18 minutes long video explaining the theft of the 2020 election. So I'll play the first minute and a half or so of it, for people, because maybe you'll remember it, because we made the video, put it up, and then Trump ended up sharing it. He pinned it on his social media. He pinned it on Twitter. He uploaded it to YouTube. He uploaded it to Facebook. So this video, I would say, got hundreds of millions of views easily. So I'll play the first, say a minute or two of this, because it's such a good memory to have as we're now here 4 years later on election night. So check this out, folks. 2020 has been a year like no other. Everything we know, everything we trust, and everything we've come to rely on has changed. So how could we expect the U.S. election to be any different? Mainstream media are telling us the race is over, Biden won, time to move on. Nothing to see here, folks. But in your gut, something's just not right. From the strange patterns on election night, to the weeks of suspense, to the reports of fraud that evaporate faster than Biden's memory, it just doesn't add up. Stay with me, and you'll see just what's going on behind the scenes in this election, and why the greatest threat we're facing right now is not an invisible enemy invading our bodies, but one that's invading our country and our minds. Welcome to Man in America. I'm your host, Seth Holhouse. Yeah, that was it. That was the beginning. That was the beginning of Man in America. And here we are on this fateful night 4 years later, with 271,000 people watching live. How incredible of a journey is this? And Chris, thank you for everything you've done and for being a guest on tonight. And Josh, what an incredible time, time that we're living through these days. Isn't it just absolutely amazing?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's. I will say, Virginia just went blue with 84% in, according to NBC. So.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for killing the mood, Chris.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, for New York Times still showing 87%. There's actually no. Yeah, New York Times just called it. Okay, but let's see where we're at. So, how is Georgia not called yet? Right. So how is Georgia? They're at 95% in. And he's up by 3 points in Georgia with 91%. 95%. Doesn't make sense. So we've got Trump +5 in Michigan with 41% in. So that's pretty significant there. He's up by over 100,000 votes in Michigan. Let's see how old PA is doing. Pennsylvania. Yeah, he's got a 200,000 vote lead. Over 200,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania with 82% counted. So very interesting. Let's see how Arizona's looking. Arizona, he is at, he's still ahead. They're at 53, still hovering at that 53%. He's still got that, 7,000 lead. What are you seeing, Chris?
I mean, Arizona's at 52%. They're slow walking this. I mean, they know the writing on the wall. I mean, again, they've only added in the past hour 10,000 votes. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, he was 1,000 votes down, 1,000 votes up, 3,000 votes up. Now he's up 7,000. Like, come on, Arizona, quit being massively incompetent. They are beginning to get Nevada numbers in now, so it's 2%, but we'll see what happens there. Minnesota 52% in. It's swayed back to her now. So yeah. But now most, if not all, mainstream are finally calling North Carolina finally. So yeah, he's at 230 comfortably right now. So.
And remind me, so of these swing states that we're looking at, what are the ones that Biden won, or what Biden supposedly won back in 2020 of the swing states?
Well, all of them. I mean, other than North Carolina, he won Nevada, which again, a Republican, I guess, hadn't won since 2000 was George Bush. Arizona, he won by about 11,000 votes, allegedly. Georgia, same thing. He won by about 12 to 14,000. Pennsylvania, he won by about 80,000. Michigan, I think, was about 40, 50,000, if I remember correctly. Wisconsin was like maybe 20,000, not even. So, I mean, out of the, I guess, 7 swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada, out of those 7, he won 6 of them, 6 out of 7.
So let's take a look at this real quick. So this is interesting. This is the New York Times. They have updates from reporters. So they've got reporters on the grounds at different locations. So here they're saying that it says he's at the Harris rally, like the kind of watch party. He says people are heading for the exits at Howard University, where Harris is holding her election night party upon hearing news that on the giant TV monitors that the election will not be called tonight. That's interesting. He says, so Sherrod Brown, a Democrat who ran for a Senate seat in Ohio, just conceded the race to Bernie Moreno while speaking on stage in Columbus. Like, that's huge. And maybe Chris, I'll go through these really quickly, these updates from reporters. I'd love for you to give us an update on what's happening in the Senate and the House and how things are shaping up. Here, let's see, that's Georgia appearing for Ruth, a thing. So here, this again, this guy's at the Harris watch party. Says the crowd at Howard University, where the Harris is holding her election night party, was subdued, nervous, and concerned until monitors showed CNN reporting that she won California. Like, did they think that she wasn't going to win California? Like, is that where their burst of excitement came from? Here's a guy who's at Mar-a-Lago or wherever they're watching from. He says the Trump team is jubilant. He says, while we're still waiting on results from the blue wall states, PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, Trump advisors see signs they could sweep all 7 of the battleground states. Let's see, all polls except for Alaska and Hawaii are now closed. So there's a few other updates here. So here, like, Democrats bet big on abortion rights as a major motivator, and for many voters it was. But for some voters in states where abortion access is currently protected, the issue felt less urgent, according to a number of lawmakers and voters I spoke with. So Chris, so here we go. Okay, let's look. So now they've got Trump at 89% chance of winning. Right, still there. Yep. The electoral college estimate, they have Trump at 301, Harris at 237. But let's
hold on, Seth, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Jump in. Sir. Yeah.
Georgia Secretary of State, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead and will carry the state.
Oh, wow. Wow.
That's on Election Wizard. You can see that yourself.
Yes, I was actually just going to pull them up. I can't figure out which. Let me just I think I've kind of lost it. Let me go back to Election Wizard here. There we go. Election Wizard. So, yeah, there you go.
So that with the regular red states, that makes Trump right at 247. So 247. So he literally needs about 23 more votes in the electoral college to win. But anyway, before I rudely interrupted you with that breaking news.
No, that's great. Yeah, that's great.
I will say,
it looks like they called New Mexico.
They did. Okay.
For Harris.
Yep, you're right. They did. Yep, you're right. Take a look.
And let's see.
Yeah, they called that. So yeah, basically there's only 4, 7, 8, 9 states left. So Hawaii and Alaska, obviously, and Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Minnesota, again, surprisingly, only about 51% reported. Trump's only down about 150,000, but still, again, that's another example where, again, I mean, that their margin of victory is severely diminished. But anyway, so yeah, about 9 states left to count. So if you would indulge me, I can go over to the Senate and explain what's going on over there.
Yeah, please do, because I haven't tracked nearly to the degree that you have what's happening in the Senate and the House, and really what it means for us. So please kind of dive in.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, again, for everybody listening, at home, excuse me, excuse me, even New York Times, liberal New York Times is confident that the Republicans will hold on to the House. Speaker Johnson will stay in his speakership, obviously, and then we're going to retake the Senate. That's really what's really coming through. So some of the states to look at. Some funny things is Rick Scott, the very wealthy senator, former governor of Florida, won re-election to the U.S. Senate in Florida. But fun fact, him and Mitch McConnell do not get along whatsoever. Mitch McConnell and the NRSC, the National Republican Senate Committee, gave him no money, none whatsoever. So this is kind of the politics behind the veil, if you will. There are 3 senators that Mitch McConnell hates, or at least 2 senators and 1 candidate that Mitch McConnell detests. So Rick Scott, again, he's a multi-hundred millionaire. He doesn't need the party money, but he's pretty popular in Florida. I say he's the only white pasty guy who's really old that Floridians love. So, but no, he did very well. Again, re-elections in Mississippi, Tennessee, Missouri, Indiana. Bernie Moreno did win Ohio. I predicted that weeks ago that Sherrod Brown, he was a great, quiet Democrat senator from Ohio. Again, the Democrats probably overlooked him. He's a shining example of where the Democrats could have utilized him to really solidify the unions and solidify the Catholic vote and the blue collar work, and really he didn't. They didn't pick him, and so Bernie Moreno ran in on Trump's coattails, and Ohio is a Trump plus 9 state, so the party's like, Bernie should win this. So Mitch McConnell gave him plenty of money. Texas, Ted Cruz won re-election handedly. Mitch McConnell did not give him any money. Mitch McConnell and Ted Cruz also hate each other. And then the party, Mitch McConnell in the Senate, did not give Rick Scott or Texas senators any money from the party. And then Carrie Lake, she received no money and no help from the Senate Republicans.
And she's not looking great right now, unfortunately. So in Arizona, they're at 50% of the votes in, and she's down by about 6 points out in Arizona.
Yeah, that's due to Ruben Gallego's past being quieted by the mainstream media. And this is a guy who fought viciously with the judges to have his
divorce record sealed, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And they finally came out publicly where it basically abandoned his ex, who was 9 months pregnant with his child. But the mainstream media won't cover any of that. But if it was a Republican, it would have been front page news. So yeah, I'm still confident Carrie Lake should do fine in Arizona. We'll see if she loses and Trump wins. I expect Trump to bring her into his cabinet. Yeah, something a little more interesting in Nebraska. There's a guy named Dan Osborne who is not related to the famous Osborne family of Nebraska. But he is a George Soros puppet who's being solely funded by George Soros and his donors. And so as an independent, not a Democrat candidate running for Senate, running for Senate in Nebraska, but it is an independent. So we'll see what happens there. Tim Sheehy should win quite handedly in Montana. But again, currently right now with West Virginia and Ohio as pickups, we're at 50. We're at 50 right now. So with J.D. Vance, God willing, Trump wins, we're at 51. There are some within our party who feel that, Susan Collins of Maine and, Murkowski up in Alaska, who are more pro-choice, more for abortion Republicans, which I don't know how that's even possible. They could end up ruining our agenda in the Senate, and we'd be at 4, and they could side with Democrats on some policies, thus, taking our majority away, which is why it's so crucial that, again, Eric Hovde has got to win the Senate race in Wisconsin. I forgot his name.
Which, he's up. So, from what I'm looking at right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like there's a lot of potential flips happening, right? So Tammy Baldwin's the incumbent here in Wisconsin, and Hovde is with 75% of the votes in. He's up 2 points. Michigan, actually, that's not an incumbent. So again, here we go in PA. Bob Casey, who's the incumbent, is down by 2 points with 81% in. Like that's significant.
Well, And let's address the blue wall here too. So yeah, Hovde ran a beautiful campaign. Mitch McConnell gave him $20+ million. I think Mitch McConnell sees him as a long-term play. That would be amazing to secure not one but two senators from Wisconsin, both being Republicans. Michigan, so let's not forget the incumbent Democrat is retiring. So you have Congresswoman Slotkin and Congressman Rogers, both from Michigan, running for U.S. Senate. And I had this as a loss. Rogers got some money from Mitch McConnell's buddies, but not an overwhelming amount where it exuded a lot of confidence, right? So I thought for sure Rogers would lose, but again, we'll see what happens. McCormick, again, he ran a very smart campaign. He attacked viciously Bob Casey, who's been in politics for 20+ years, whose father, I believe, was a senator or a governor, also from Pennsylvania. So I mean, McCormick, who was a long-term Bush undersecretary of a cabinet position that escapes me. But yeah, we're looking really good in with McCormick in Pennsylvania. We're looking good with Hovde in Wisconsin. So I think my prediction is accurate. I think we do hit 53, which takes away Susan Collins in Maine and Murkowski's Senator Murkowski in Alaska's ability to really play politics both sides of the aisle. I think they say, listen, you either support us or you don't. We're still at 51 without you. So I think that's good news for President Trump to get more Supreme Court picks, because again, the big thing right now is hopefully Trump gets back in there. And let's be honest, who are the two oldest people in the Supreme Court? It's Supreme Court Justices Clarence Thomas and Alito, who are some of Trump's biggest advocates and supporters. Both of those Supreme Court justices fought viciously 4 years ago, saying, no, there was fraud in Pennsylvania. We need to address this. But they are getting older, and Trump might have to have a conversation with them if, God willing, he gets into office, where he has to really look at them and say, do you guys want to retire? I think now would be a good time, because you're both in your late 70s, and I can put somebody in who's maybe 30, 40 years younger than you. So
good update. So good update. So jumping back to presidential, let's go and check on Election Wizard, see what kind of updates he's got for us. Let's see.
And then just real briefly, Seth, just to go full circumvention here. We're at 173 in the House. Democrats are at 142. So we have about a 30 vote gap in the House. We need to get to at least 218. So, I guess we just want some more. So we're at 176. So we need to get to that 218 margin. And right now we hold 220. My prediction is we'll get to 230, but again, we'll see what happens. So
okay, good. Might as well hit that as well. Let's hop back over to Election Wizard, see what he's reporting. So saying that Pennsylvania flip alert. So Trump likely to flip Northampton County, leads in Bucks and Center counties, and then. Again, so breaking with an estimated of 15% of precincts reporting, Harris is underperforming Biden's 2020 margin in Wayne County, Michigan, which is Detroit, by 12%. And so these are huge, and these are Democratic strongholds, right? Like these are their major places, and 12% is massive. I mean, it's absolutely massive, and we know that 12% came, that the original back in 2020 was all kinds of tomfoolery going on. Right, that led to that. So the fact that even with all kinds of craziness going on, there's a 12% drop, like that's also pretty incredible there. So let's go back over to. Go ahead.
And Trump is still leading the popular vote as of right now, according to CNN. He's at 60 million to her 56. So that 4 to 5 million buffer has still held true with him for the better part of the night. So that's something to think about as well.
Yes, actually, where's that? Does New York Times, I have to admit, New York Times, they do have great infographics and interactive stuff. Like there's this homepage is a fantastic homepage for tracking things. I wonder, do they have the presidential popular vote they're showing here? I know that I believe that Fox News has it up here. Yeah, they're showing basically, so he's at 61 million versus 50. Yeah, he's up about 4 million.
Well, actually, New York Times on Election Wizard, they're predicting Trump wins the popular vote by 1%. So,
yeah, there you go. Let's see what's new over here on Fox. It's funny. It's like I feel like Fox is like, it's just weird. I feel like I can trust Fox less than like a lot of the other more Democratic or more liberal media.
Yeah, I know. I mean, what's funny is Fox News. Let me go back to their page, because this is very telling. Okay, so they finally have projected that Trump takes North Carolina and Harris takes Virginia. But don't worry though, the polls are closed in Georgia, but they're not gonna. The Secretary of State has said that Trump has won, but don't worry though, it's
I mean, how crazy is that?
yeah, Fox News can't report that. So
And his lead is still going strong in Michigan. It's
What about the
going
NBC?
strong in Wisconsin. He's at 75% in. They're 75% voted. Voted. He's up by about 100,000. On the dot. He's fallen behind in Minnesota. It's a very
About 9
he's
points.
jumped ahead in Arizona, which again still actually no, it's still same. It's like, what's up with Arizona? Come on, like what
Yeah, I
a
know. It's,
like yeah. Maybe they just
Yeah.
love having a lot of illegals streaming into their state.
Well, Katie
So-
Hobbs, she's a pretty worthless governor. So I mean, Katie Hobbs has. But what I will say though, to Fox News' credit, Fox News has not called Georgia, but NBC has also not called New Hampshire. They have also not called New Jersey, which is interesting because Trump's only down 4 points, actually less than 4 points in New Jersey, which is very, very, very odd.
And you look at this too. It's like, okay, you look at New Hampshire. They're at 75% reported. Fox has already called them. Yet it's about a 28,000 difference. Yet they haven't called Georgia. So and that's New Hampshire being at 77% in. Yet Georgia, which is at 93% in, he's up by over 100,000 votes. The Secretary of State has come out and said he won. It just doesn't make sense. It just at all. Which again, it just furthers my point that like I feel like that Fox, that there's a fox in the hen house, right? You can't trust a fox. Like I've shot at foxes. They eat my chickens. I don't trust foxes. You know what I mean? Like I've chased them with my AR through the woods because they eat my chickens. So.
Yep.
Let's see what-
Election Wizard and Fox News report that the Republicans will retake the Senate, which everybody already knew was going to happen. But again, just reminding everybody, Mitch McConnell is officially retiring from leadership in the Senate next week. So again, for more of the political nerds, just FYI, it's going to be either John Cornyn, who's a senator from Texas, or John Thune, who's a senator from South Dakota. So both of them have been in leadership positions for a very long time. John Thune has been waiting a long time to get the mantle. He's been wanting the majority leader position for a very long time. He hasn't gotten it because he's from a small state, and John Cornyn's from Texas, and John Cornyn is a fundraising monster for the party. So it'll probably be John Cornyn who will be the next Senate Majority Leader heading into next week. I'm sorry, heading into next year. But he will get the minority leadership position heading into next week. So
okay. So let's go. Okay, let's jump back over to New York Times, see what's going on there. It's funny because I thought coming into this night that I'd be playing a lot of the like live coverage. But it's weird because like whenever I play Fox News or whatever, I just want to turn it off. Like I can see why we've got I can see why we've got nearly 300,000 people watching this is because this is what I'd be watching. Like I don't want to watch this fake panel, talking about things in their suits and ties, and they're lying through their teeth and they're pretending. It's like I want to watch two real guys in flannel shirts talking about what's really going on. Right.
Well, Seth, I have to say, congratulations to you. This is the first time I've actually watched and listened to Fox News religiously since the Vegas shooting back in I think 2017 or 2018. So my 8-year hiatus against all mainstream media, you have fully ruined it. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. That is what I'm here for.
Just go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just gonna.
No, I was going to say. Trump's extending the lead in Pennsylvania. He just crossed over 3 million votes, according to NBC. He's at 51 to her 47, so he's extending the lead to almost 4%. So that's he's getting very close to 4% in Pennsylvania. Michigan, he's up 3.2%. He has about 110,000 vote lead in Michigan. That's 45% in. Pennsylvania is 84% in. Wisconsin is at 77% in, according to NBC. And Trump has a 4.5 point lead in Wisconsin. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Arizona's still playing checkers over there, like two old ladies in their 90s. Arizona has not updated anything in the past, hour and a half. It's ridiculous. Trump's still up 0.4. He's up 910,000 to her 903,000. And then Nevada is still dragging its feet too.
Yeah, there you go. So, okay, so it's like, what's happening with Georgia? Let's just take a look at Georgia, these swing states. And this is why what concerns me is, I remember this is 2020, is that you get this point with Pennsylvania, you get this point with Georgia, you get this point with Michigan, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, you can see where things at. You wake up the next morning and it's all just changed, right? But I do think that they're going to have a hard time pulling that off. And actually, let's see, well, they've got some more votes in Arizona, it looks like. Only a few more. They got like 7 more votes that came in. But yeah, so Trump is now at about a 10,000 vote lead in Arizona with 53%. New Mexico, New Mexico, according to this, looks like it's very likely going to be Harris. Michigan, so 48% on Michigan, and yeah, he's got a strong lead there. So, but my concern though is these swing states that they haven't called yet. It's like, why haven't they called these yet? Pennsylvania, okay, it's somewhat close, right? But yeah, it still concerns me. Absolutely concerns me.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very telling when the Secretary of State of Georgia is like, it says right here, on Fox News it says Georgia, the polls are closed, and they're at 93% still on Fox News, and I'm like, again, Secretary of State's already called it. Trump has won Georgia. Come on, Fox News. But actually, I will say something though about Hawaii. Kamala Harris has won Hawaii. That's no big surprise there. Right? Well, kind of, but let's not forget this though. So when Obama won Hawaii back in 2012, there's about a 40-point gap where he it was just a preconceived notion he was going to win it, obviously. But when Biden won Hawaii back in 2020, he only won it by about 20 points. So there's a 50% drop there. And then most predictions were that Kamala was probably going to win it by about 12 to 15 points. I mean, granted, still huge margins, but what's interesting is there's a pollster, a political strategist who was saying Hawaii has been trending much more conservatively because they are literally a single party state like California, but the Democrat stronghold has been weakening significantly over the past 15 years. So, but anyway, I'm just kind of a fun political nerd prediction there for you.
Yeah, I like your nerd predictions. Thank you for that. That's always good. So yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, when are these numbers going to move, right? Like what's coming up next? Let's pop back over to the election wizard and see what's going on over here. Do a quick refresh. Now he's saying that, just update, that they're 84. He's saying 84% reporting that Trump is leading Harris by 218,000, with an estimated 84%. That's in Pennsylvania. Let's see, is that? So he's saying 84%. Let's see if that's reflective on New York Times. They also saying they're 85%, right? So, yeah, but they still have him up by, with that percentage, he is up by almost 200,000, at 85% of the votes in. Which, again, it's it's like that last 15% of the votes. Can they really make up the gap there, right? It's because it's getting to the realm with all these swing states. It's getting into the realm where it'd be too obvious if if there are 85% of the votes in, and all of a sudden in that last 15, it's like, oh, how's the last 15% of the votes are 90% for Harris? It's too obvious, right? Exactly. Now again, they did it in 2020, but in 2020 they controlled the narrative, and those of us that stood up against it and said, look, there was rampant fraud, were silenced. We were kicked off of Twitter. We had YouTube accounts shut down. We were demonetized. But the tides have turned, right? So here we are again. We're approaching 300,000 people watching on Twitter. This is the media. And for all those people that are watching on Twitter, thank you for being here on Twitter and not sitting and staring at Fox TV, waiting for them to tell you what they want you to know, what they want you to hear.
There's some experts saying that the House might go to the Democrats.
Okay, so unpack that a little bit for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Republicans were always about 55 to 65% guaranteed to keep the House. But now there's some reporting that the House is going to go to the Democrats. And that's very, very interesting. So again, it's just a big shift. I mean, are the political elites of Washington D.C. being like, okay, fine, Republicans have the Senate, begrudgingly fine Trump back in the White House, but we're going to have the House, to keep some balance. I mean, is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's hard to say. What's interesting though is that New York Times is saying that Georgia remains too close to call. It's like, well, isn't the Secretary of State the guy that's in charge of the elections? So if he comes out and says it's a Trump win, is that, I don't know, like, does that carry any weight? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, you would think, but but again, I keep going back to it though. I think it's odd that Kamala Harris is like, go to bed, everybody. We'll know who won by like 3 a.m. I'm like, again, that's weird because they didn't even do that last time. I mean, not Hillary, excuse me. Biden was like, yeah, everybody go to bed. This is going to take days to count. And then we woke up the next morning. Well, we went to bed at 10:30 with Trump leading everything. And then, by, 3 a.m, they stole, the election by having, 90% ballot dumps for him in Pennsylvania, which is a physical impossibility. But
Yeah, it just makes me wonder, like, what's going on here? Why are we still stuck at 85% in PA, right?
yeah. The RNC just forced Center County, Pennsylvania officials to keep counting ballots throughout the night after they plan to stop counting. They will not be able to pull off the late night mail-in ballot dumps
Oh,
as they
great.
did.
So where are you reading that at?
It's one of our. His name's George. It's at B Hizzy Tweets.
Oh, be his. Okay, let's pull him up. Actually, he's a great account to follow. I'm following him, but let's just see what he's saying.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's usually right on a lot of these topics.
Let's just pull up Be Hizzy and see. So he's saying that. Okay, so he's pretty active here. So Nevada. So first votes are in for Nevada, and of course Trump's leading by a lot. So they're showing that we have some Nevada data going on. Let's see. Let me pull up your tweet here. Yeah, CNN. Trump is 40 electoral votes from winning, and then George says, and he's leading everywhere that matters. Yeah, even here's Chris Wallace, right? There you go. Talk about your 2020 guy. He says this does feel more like 2016 than 2020.
Also breaking, it seems that the Gaza Strip has voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Just some humor there.
Yep. So we've got here. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Election wizard here. Trump leads Harris by 70,000 votes in Michigan with 51% reporting.
Pennsylvania MSNBC reports that another 50,000 ballots are expected to be announced in 9 minutes.
Oh, okay, great. Okay.
So that's what we alluded to before, that worst case scenario, let's say it's a 90,000 ballot dump. Well, this seems about a 50,000 ballot dump in Pennsylvania. So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
So 50,000 ballots. Yeah. So we'll see how that changes things. And in New York Times is still they're still at 90% chance of Trump. So amidst all of this stuff, they're still predicting that their estimate is that Trump's going to get 301 electoral college votes.
RSBN has announced that Trump will take Georgia. So basically, everybody but Fox News is saying that Trump's going to win Georgia.
Gosh, you know what? Like, screw Fox News, man. Like these guys, it's like they try so hard to pander to the conservatives to get them to come watch and get them to rebuild their trust after 2020. They fire Tucker. Now Tucker's 10 times the size of what they, what their greatest reach is, and here they are again, the same old crap. It's like, when are these media just going to collapse, right? Like that's the thing, is that I just wish all these legacy media would collapse and that people would return to just citizen journalism. Like that's where we need to be headed, because the consolidation of power in the mainstream media is way too much. Or it was, I guess I could say it was way too much. And right now, though, it's absolutely falling apart, which is really encouraging. Really encouraging.
Yeah. Oh, no way.
What'd you find there?
Oh, looking at the House, I mean, if Trump doesn't get, if the Republicans don't take the House, that's sad. I mean, just looking at some congressional districts here.
Yes, let's see. Okay, and again, Arizona is still at 53%, of course.
Yeah, of course, shocker there. Oh,
But man,
gosh, these
Michigan's very curious though. Look at what's happening in Michigan. I mean, that's interesting. They're at 87% now in PA. He's still up by close to a 200,000, close to 200,000 lead in PA. Georgia, I'm surprised that New York Times hasn't called Georgia yet, but
everybody else has.
yeah, except for Fox, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Let's see here. Nevada, 2% is in. Trump's ahead. Arizona, Trump's ahead by about 11,000. Let's see. They haven't called New Mexico yet either, though. He's down about 5% there. Georgia, again, polls are closed. Everybody's saying he won that. Pennsylvania, yeah, he's down about. I'm sorry, he's up. See, I think the ballot dump finally happened in Pennsylvania. She's gained a little bit.
What are you seeing there? And where are you looking? And what are your numbers that you're seeing?
I'm on NBC. It says 3.78. I'm sorry, 3,078,864 to her 2.9 million. So there's about maybe 150 point difference there.
Also, so New York Times is, and what percentage are they showing in?
50.9 to 48.1.
Okay, and so and how many votes are counted according to you're in NBC or
NBC? Yeah, 86%.
Okay, so New York Times is at 87%, and they're showing Trump at 3,093,000, and Harris at 2,921,000. So
okay,
yeah, so at 87%, he's leading by a solid 170,000 or so. It looks like.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see, and that's with 86% of the state. I think you have 87% of the state. Michigan's almost at 50%, and he's got a nice lead of about 163,000. Wisconsin's at 78%, and Trump has a nice almost 4-point lead there. So that means again the blue wall. I mean, again, Kamala. I mean, oh goodness. I mean, I'm looking at decision. I'm also looking at Decision Desk. Right now, Decision Desk HQ. They're the ones that have the beautiful 270 to win interactive map.
Also, New York Times just called New Mexico.
Oh, for Harris, then okay.
But it doesn't change. It doesn't change what they're predicting. So you're on Decision Desk. That's what you're looking at as well. Okay.
Yeah, Decision Desk. They're a little more with it. They have Trump at 247. That's with North Carolina and Georgia, and they have obviously Alaska, Nevada, Arizona, and the rest of the blue wall states. So
let me drop in.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I can just share the screen with you in the chat, so that way you can kind of see.
No, I see it. Okay, I see a Decision Desk. There we go. Yep.
Yeah, their map. I think the map is pretty accurate. I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure the mainstream media is going to call Georgia any minute now. I mean, everybody else has basically said it. Oh,
yeah, so
what's Chris?
Oh, that's just from before. He's just complaining about something. Yeah, so here's Decision Desk. So they're showing. Yeah, so Decision Desk, they've got Trump at basically 92% chance, and they've got him at they predict at 294 coming in, which is interesting because New York Times, I think their prediction is they're predicting at 301 for Trump, which is interesting. So yep, So let's see who we've got. Trump. They've got Trump at 294. There it seems like they're showing Trump kind of controlling PA obviously. Yeah, this is just it's interesting, very interesting. Let's go back to the New York Times and check them out. Gosh, it's almost 12:30 p.m. or sorry a.m. It says which is what I expected. I was expecting to go to at least probably 1 a.m. Because just what we do.
Hold on, I got an update here. Hold on. Go back to my updates. It doesn't look like the turnout in Philly is there for Harris, and maybe a typo, too many loses elsewhere in the Commonwealth. Maybe she pulls it out, but doesn't look probable at this point. Election wizard again.
Yep, there you go. I mean, so it looks like, I mean, and this is, okay, just kind of looking at these, looking at the overall states we're looking at here in New York Times. I mean, again, so Georgia, obviously, I think it's in the bag. It looks like she's going to have a hard time coming out on top in Pennsylvania, even with some, ballot dumps. I think it's just too obvious at this point. Because I forget, do you recall what was, where did they stop voting at in 2020? Like, what percentage did they count for PA in 2020? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I want to say it was like around 80%. They just like stopped cold turkey and they just said, hey, everybody, it's going to take some time. Let's, we'll pick this up tomorrow. And then we all woke up the next morning and, Biden somehow, just was awarded over, 2 million votes.
Yeah.
Which again, I don't think they'll be able to do that this time. I mean, again, election wizards basically saying that their big ballot dump didn't really deliver the results. And I'm looking at the popular vote on Fox News, and Trump still has a 4 or 5 million lead. So,
and yes, and in Wisconsin again, he's up there 80% in. He's got almost 100,000 lead there, which it's hard. It's hard for them to make that up. It's hard for them to have a massive ballot dump. Now again, they might try it, but it's difficult for them. Arizona still at 53. Trump, he has gone up a little bit. He's now has about a 13,000 point lead or votes lead. Arizona, they're still showing Nevada at 0, which it's only 6 electoral votes. It's not, obviously it counts, but
it's definitely helpful in a close race.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. At least CNN, shockingly, they're being at least somewhat honest. They already have like Arizona is, leaning Trump. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin are all leaning. Nevada, Arizona, they're all leaning towards Trump. At least CNN's, again, it's just sad to see CNN and NBC and New York Times being a little more, with it than Fox, but whatever.
It's sad yet expected, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, even back though to, what Democrats could do to Trump, again, taking a break from the maps here, if I can for the audience.
Yeah, please do.
I'm looking at Rich Barris briefly, the People's Pundit. Just double checking. But anyway, yeah, so, let's say, again, we head into 3 a.m. and as an example, and, Trump wins and we get the Senate. And let's say a miracle happens for the Democrats and they get the House just barely. I think immediately what they do is, because let's not forget, Trump has a court hearing where he's supposed to be sentenced. I believe it's actually in Arizona. No, Georgia. I think it's in Georgia with the whole Jack Smith thing, where the Republicans are trying to get it dismissed, because Jack Smith was unconstitutionally appointed to a position that he couldn't be in legally. So, but Trump is supposed to go to this, this court hearing in later November to be sentenced. So I think Democrats try something there. I could see him winning, and they're pulling some crap like he can't be president. He's a felon. He's a terrible person. He can't. It doesn't matter if he won the election. He's a felon. We can't have it. We can't have that. And I could see that happening. In the House, if Democrats keep, if they take the House back, I could see that happening where the House tries to pull some crap at the last minute. But if we have the Senate and the Supreme Court on our side, again, I could see the Supreme Court being, and again, the Supreme Court never wants to get involved in anything massively controversial. Rarely, if ever, especially when it comes to party line. We saw that in 2020. But I think there, because it sets a precedent. If the Supreme Court, their argument was largely like, if we get involved in 2020 for Trump, then the Democrats can do this to us if they take the Supreme Court away from us. So it creates a precedent that they don't really want to address. But if the Democrats try to pull some crap with Trump, pulling out a victory tonight, the Supreme Court's going to have to be forced to get involved and say, Democrats, no, you lost an election. These charges are trumped up. It's not going to happen. You're going to have to accept the fact that Trump's the president.
Which, again, going back to the earlier discussion with David Clements about, the cease and desist and potentially the military getting involved, the stakes are high, for both sides. Really, it's not just both sides. For every American, really for the whole world, these stakes are high with this election. Like you can't ignore that fact that this election. Like I've got family in Australia that are watching this live stream right now, right? Like that's, that this is just the reality of where things are at. It's absolutely, this is a very, very pivotal moment for the future. If for like what happens in the world. Like we're on the verge for 3. They're testing hypersonic missiles after this, election. So there's a lot on the line. Like this is a very, very serious moment in the history of our world right now.
No, 100%. I completely agree with that. I mean, I think the whole world is watching, to be honest with you. I think they're, it's no secret that, the new prime minister, of Great Britain, is not a fan of President Trump at all, because he's a socialist. And he sent Labour Party officials, which is their Democrat Party in England. They sent Labour Party officials over to Virginia to try to help, Kamala Harris, which I don't know how that's not foreign intervention in elections, but whatever.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. So New York Times is now showing PA is at 88% counted. And so Trump is now, let's see, he is up about 170,000 or so. If my math is, my brain's kind of slowing down a little bit. So he's maintaining, even with these more ballots coming in. Maybe they're slightly skewing towards Kamala, but I can tell you that he's maintaining his close to 200,000 lead.
Yeah, currently, according to NBC, he's at about, I mean, again, he's held that comfortable lead in Pennsylvania by about 170, so 170,000. He's maintained that comfortable lead for some time now, for several hours actually. So it's interesting, that's for sure. Michigan, he's pulling away a little bit. They're at 54%, finally, crossing that threshold. Let me just do some quick math there from NBC.
Well, actually, I'll tell you this. So Michigan's at 55% on New York Times, and he's got
good,
almost exactly a 200,000 vote lead in Michigan.
Nice, good.
Yep, Wisconsin, they're at 81% of the votes in, and he has about a little over 100,000 vote lead in Wisconsin at 81% in. Minnesota, they're at 60% in, and he's down. He's down. 88,000 votes.
About 5 points. Yeah.
Yep.
New Mexico, he's down about 4 points. Arizona, have they changed anything?
Yeah, New York Times called New Mexico already. I'm not sure
okay.
if where you're at did. What are you seeing it? So there's New York Times has 53% of the votes in. Yeah, he still has like a 13,000 vote lead in Arizona.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm sure they're trying to pull some crap in Arizona like they did last time, but again, I guess I'm much more concerned about the House right now. I mean, we're kind of at like a standstill where we hurry up and wait for the votes to come in. Large trucks carrying ballots are arriving in Philadelphia now. Okay.
Yeah, like what's that mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's on. I mean, again, MSNBC is reporting it. So, I mean, I'm sorry. My apologies. NBC News is reporting it. So, we'll see. But CNN is such a joke. Yeah. Take a look at Georgia real quick. See if there's anything that's changed. because I'm gonna write that down because I don't want that situation to happen where the data sets get dismantled out of nowhere, right?
So the New York Times is they're now up to a 92% chance of Trump victory. So they were hovering at 89, 90. So now they're at 92% chance. Let me check out Polymarket. Let me see what Polymarket's at, which is similar to Kalshi, online betting platform. But let's check out Polymarket. Let me drop this in.
Alex Jones is already calling the election for Trump.
Is he?
Yeah.
Let's see. Holy smokes, Polymarket. This is gonna be pretty. Wait do you see this? Let me drop this in. Let's see. We'll cancel this one out. So Polymarket is now at. Look at this. Here's
96%.
Polymarket, 96.8%. Like it's gone straight vertical. They're saying that Kamala has 3%. There's the what is it? One of the Office episodes where Kevin says, when there's 10,000 to 1 odds, always place a bet. It's like if you're a gambler, right now is your time to bet on Harris, right? Throw $1,000 on Harris. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. What did he say? He's like, if Bryan Adams ever wins an Emmy, I'm gonna be so rich. Miss The Office, gosh. Oh, here we go. Dropping off ballots in Michigan too at 11 p.m. There's 3 people carrying some big boxes.
Where are you at for this?
I'm on Publius.
Okay.
Independent on X.
Let's check out Kalshi. No, what's okay? Yeah, there you go. Kalshi's at 94%, and so which is just kind of crazy.
Let's see here, and again, something fun to talk about is again, Harris is only up 4 in New Jersey against Trump. This is a state that Biden won plus 17 4 years ago.
Wow, so Trump flipped Erie County in PA.
Yeah. Oh, he did. Oh, good. Good.
And also, Election Wizard, he says that he shared someone else saying that Trump is doing gangbusters in Arizona's 2 most Hispanic counties right now compared to, I think compared to 2020. So Santa Cruz, which is 83% Hispanic, he's up 30 up significantly, and then Yuma, which is 65%, he's also up. So that's looking pretty strong there. Gosh, we've been going for what, almost 4 hours, 3.5 hours. This is officially.
I hate to say it, but go ahead.
What do you hate to say? Go ahead.
No, I hate to say it. I think this is going to be another 3 or 4 hours at least before the mainstream media finally admits it.
Yeah. So you're saying Alex Jones has now, like, he's called it?
Yep.
Yeah, let's check it out. Alex Jones, I follow him.
Yep. Yeah, Alex Jones. There he is. Yeah, he was just blasting it a little while ago. Let's see here. Try to find it. Yeah, bombshell. Trump has won the 2024 election. Trump must declare victory now.
Interesting.
Apparently Trump will be addressing his supporters soon. Atlanta delivered for Trump. Look at all this red. More red than a. Okay.
Here's a kind of a fun thing, just to kind of little excitement here. So, Alex Jones, they've got 2.6 million watching live on Twitter, which is pretty. That's really impressive. But actually, like we're at 291, so we're over 10% of that, which is like super encouraging, right? Because we're just I'm just some man in America making a podcast, right?
Oh gosh. Oh man. Yeah, still, we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9 states left, and they're gonna slow play this. I mean, even when Pennsylvania they're at 88%. I mean, for crying out loud. I mean, Georgia's at 93%, and they're still not calling it on mainstream media. I mean, I think the same thing's gonna happen in Pennsylvania. I think they're gonna get to 93, 94%, and they're just not gonna call it. That's what I think is gonna happen.
I'm gonna shoot a message off to Clay Clark, because actually Clay is at, I believe he's actually at the main kind of Trump the Trump family watch party. Let me see how's the energy there. See if I can get him to answer me. Yeah. So yeah. So New York Times they're at 91%. Let's see that. Yeah. Okay. PA is still at 88% reported. Wisconsin 83% reported.
Oh.
It's crazy that Georgia's still hanging out there. It's like what? Like they're at 95%. He's got about 150,000 vote lead. How is it this? They're still at no one's called it. Just ridiculous.
Oh, I know. There's reports that the Harris campaign is currently playing Diddy music. You can't make this stuff up.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh gosh, that's funny.
Oh. Yeah, how funny is that? Absolutely hilarious. Like
Really great.
it's yeah.
It reminds me of The Office with Toby talking to the other guy from HR about the volleyball match. Really hilarious. Really funny. Oh gosh.
Yeah, so Fox they're at 86%. Yeah, New York Times is actually, from what I'm seeing, they seem to be the lead in kind of what's happening with the numbers. They're 1 or 2% over the other major media in their reporting, and it's interesting that they're calling it now. They're at 93% chance. So New York Times, okay, here you go, folks. New York Times is saying that Trump is 93% chance. Okay, and they say Harris's path narrows. Trump is 1 in North Carolina, is likely to win. Harris will probably need to sweep Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but Trump has an advantage in all 3. So
they're saying CNN has called Georgia for Trump.
Wow.
And they have 97. They have 97% of the vote in.
Yeah. So here's CNN. Yep, you're right.
I don't know that. If you hover over that, the state though, there's like a little cross arrows. I don't know what that means though.
It's a flip.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think that's what it means.
That's weird. Interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, so they're saying that's his first flip of the night, I guess. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So, yep, they're saying he's flipped. Yep, he has.
But don't worry though. Don't worry, Seth. Fox News has still not called Georgia.
Well, how funny would it be if Fox News calls Georgia for Harris and CNN calls it for Trump? It's like, we truly live in a clown world, don't we?
Well, and don't worry. Also, NBC has also called Georgia for Trump.
Yep. So Georgia's called.
Oh my gosh, Fox News. Seriously, you redeemed yourself a little bit with the whole Brett Baer and Kamala Harris, exchange interview. Like that was pretty great. But since then, I'm like, really, Fox? Like, I want to like you so much, but you just constantly disappoint.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my sister just texted me because she's watching too, and she's like, Diddy music, hilarious.
Yeah, I've been getting text messages from my family and friends and people. So
are they saying how handsome your guest is?
That's exactly what they're saying. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. They're saying, Seth, why can't your beard be as manly as Christopher's beard?
I guarantee you they're not saying that. Oh gosh. Let's see. What does this say here? Some more breaking news. Let's see. Epoch Times, truckload of ballots arrives at the Philly Votes election warehouse on election night. They are expected. Precincts closed their polls, but are still sending all paper trails to the warehouse under police escort. Follow me for more footage. Arjun Singh. He's a journalist and constitutionalist reporter for Epoch Times. So don't like that very much. Let's see. Trump flips Erie County. We already knew that. CNN finally projected Georgia for Trump. Thank goodness. Let's see. Harris won't speak tonight. Campaign officials say that Harris will not speak tonight.
Yeah. See, I want to see Trump speaking.
Yeah, Trump is reportedly. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I haven't heard back from Clay yet. But he's probably not saying that. He's probably not staring at his phone. He's probably there.
No, Trump is reportedly headed to Palm Beach to address supporters.
Okay.
Not saying. Oh, election wizard not seeing a realistic path for Harris in Wisconsin, given what is estimated to be outstanding. And again, let's not forget for the viewers, she needs all three of the swing of the blue wall. If Trump all he needs is one. So if he gets Pennsylvania, phenomenal. If he gets Michigan or he gets Wisconsin, just needs of the Rust Belt states, and he wins. So,
which I mean, it's just interesting. I mean, it like I didn't imagine I'd be saying this, considering my slight pessimism, but it looks like he's going to win, at least at this, and that's considering, right? That's I'm still taking right at the ballot dumps and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's not like I'm in mine's 2020 where I'm like, great, I can go to bed, it's in the bag, so confident. Like I'm as is election wizard and all the people that really know what's going on. We're looking at this and saying that, yeah, even if they try to pull off the late night ballot dumps, they're going to have a hard time with this. Like, so I really wonder. I wonder what the strategy is, and maybe they've realized that, as we talked about earlier, that it's the power of the people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that expression "too big to rig" might have actually happened. I mean, I don't think that it actually happened, but I think it has happened because you break it down. Kamala Harris, she ran a bad campaign. I mean, you think about it. She did not go to the Al Smith dinner. That is a big no-no. I mean, the Al Smith dinner is a Jewish Catholic event in New York City, which is 90% of the donors, the people there, are Democrats. She didn't go to it. And that was, and every presidential candidate and president goes to that always. She's the first one since Walter Mondale to not go. So that was a big no-no. She did not get endorsements from the Washington Post. She did not get endorsements from the LA Times, from the Las Vegas Review-Journal. She didn't go on the Joe Rogan podcast. She went on some weird Call Her Daddy podcast where it's just, she made so many blunders. She kept talking in circles. She kept saying things like, well, so Kamala, what's your thoughts on the economy and how would you as president address the economic uncertainties right now? And she kept saying over and over again, look, I was raised in a middle-class family. I'm like,
yeah.
Were you? I don't know. I mean, you grew up your entire life in San Francisco, so I don't think you really get.
Yeah. So just a quick note. So that there's something kind of funky going on with the technology. The screen's kind of flashing a little bit, only kind of periodically. This is a new thing. I'm not sure what's causing it, because it's we haven't had this happen before. I'm not sure. I mean, this is my longest live stream. We're now going on for, approaching 4 hours. So, again,
let's not forget, Seth. No one's going to sleep tonight.
Yeah. So I apologize, folks. I apologize if there's a tech issue. We're in uncharted territory. We are in uncharted territory, yeah. So maybe there's something crazy. Maybe Klaus Schwab is pressing his big red button of like, in the internet. Trump is winning the race, and Harari's like, uh-oh, our new world order is screwed.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh gosh. But yeah, I do see that happening. I think that's the Democrats' next playbook, though, is if Trump wins tonight. Oh, he's a felon. He can't. He's a felon. He can't be president. I think that's like they're going to try to do some legal technicality nonsense, which is why the House is so important.
Yeah.
So
Right. So New York Times is now at 89% for PA, and he's still showing strong. He's at about 170, almost exactly 170,000 vote lead. So, we've gone from 85 to 89, and he's maintained the same lead. So it's not like we're all of a sudden seeing that he's dropping. Michigan's at 60% counted now, and he's got now over 200,000 vote lead in Michigan. And Wisconsin is at 84% in, and he is over 100,000. He's got 110,000 or so lead. So Interesting. Very interesting. Arizona's at, imagine that. Arizona's still at 53%, and he's up by 13,000 still. It's like, can they just like get their crap together in Arizona? Like, what's going on? Sorry, what were we going to say there?
Hey, and the good news is, Fox News still has not called Georgia.
Yeah. CNN has. Gosh, we live in a clown world, man. I'm telling you, like it is such a clown world that we live in. Yeah. So so they're also So CNN's also 89. Let's compare CNN. Fox Fox News is at 86. Yeah. So Fox News, they're kind of useless, man. So CNN and New York Times are both at 89% reporting for Pennsylvania, and Fox News is at 86%, and they still haven't called Georgia. So it's funny because like I'm done with Fox. I mean, well, to be honest, I've been done with Fox since this time 4 years ago. So, yeah.
Yep, I completely agree. See, CNN's Dana Bash. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over. Hey, thanks, Dana. You should honestly, Seth, with your great program, you should just have an episode dedicated to making fun of mainstream media.
That's true. I'd have a lot of fun with it. So we're approaching 300,000 live viewers on Twitter. We're at 292,000. So we're approaching that 300,000 mark.
Oh, Steve Dace in Iowa is saying Trump should just come out and declare victory. Screw the media and how long they're taking to call these states. This election proves they don't call the shots here anymore.
Yeah. Well, isn't it crazy? Like, isn't it crazy that we wait for the media to tell us who wins the presidency? Like, I don't know. It's the media. They've got way too much power. Like again, like I want to see Trump dismantling the media. I really do.
Oh yeah.
Not wholesale. Like actually auditing and looking and like, is this treasonous? Are they knowingly lying? Are they knowingly pushing false narratives? That's what I want to see.
Well, and that's the whole thing. People don't understand that about like when it comes to like the constitutionality of certain things, like, oh, well, the founding fathers wanted free press, so you can't say that. I'm like, the founding fathers wanted free press. What they didn't want was 4 to 5 men owning 90% of the media.
Or they didn't want the CCP controlling some of our media through bribery and blackmail. It's like, yeah, they want free press, but like the CCP doesn't get free press. You know what I mean? Like an enemy nation that wants to see us leveled, they don't get free press. Okay, so New York Times is now at 90% PA. And Trump is up again. He's still up. Right now he's up about 160,000 votes in PA.
Yeah, I believe that 100%. With New York Times, unfortunately, their investigative journalism is much more on par than Fox News.
It is. I mean, that's the thing is like, look, the New York Times, like they are the top of their class, right? Their investigative journalism, their infographics, their design. I mean, they're because I worked in the print newspaper industry for a decade in New York City, and I can tell you they are one of the leaders. The problem is just that they're so dishonest. Like that's the problem, is that they're a malicious media company that is not looking out for the interests of the American people. But it doesn't take away from the fact that they are that level of professionalism in terms of their quality. What were we saying there?
No, I mean, I want to go back briefly to the reality though is when it comes to like you're talking about China, owning parts of our mainstream media, that's 100% true. I mean, let's say this out loud. So, for this is glaring hypocrisy when it comes to Washington D.C. elites and their stupidity. Cuba communism is bad. We have an embargo. We can't work with them. But Chinese communists, they're good. So Americans,
exactly.
Politicians in DC love wealthy communists. So, okay, I guess they can own land right next to our military bases. Idiots.
Oh, so here, I want to check this out. Here's a little a minute-long video, 1:14 seconds of CNN talking about what's going on right here. Let's check this out.
Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh, wait, that changed while we were talking.
Changed while we were talking.
She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all 3 blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of 2016.
That is the map of 2016, and that is the 5-alarm fire inside the Harris campaign to get on the phone. Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020. And I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020, this time of night, there were states that changed, and they were largely, Pennsylvania changed. Trump was ahead in Georgia.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder why the states changed. It's like, oh yeah, hey, don't worry, folks. We cheated in 2020, so we still have a chance to cheat again.
Wait a minute, Seth. Hold on. To be fair, you're telling me that putting men in women's sports is not a winning campaign?
Yeah, I know.
I swear, sometimes the Democrat logic is just befuddles me. I'm just like, okay, wait a minute.
Oh, wait, hold on. Breaking news. My mom just texted me. She says Fox finally called Georgia.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Yep, there we go. Check it out.
Oh.
Fox has finally called Georgia.
Now I can go to sleep.
Yes.
Stupid Fox News. Gosh. See, Seth, this is why why you get so much love on Twitter, because we're just blasting everybody.
Because everyone deserves to be blasted. That's the thing. Like when you live in a world that's run by like kind of corrupt pedophiles, you got to make fun of them a lot. You gotta. Otherwise, what else?
We need to throw in some more like trailers, some more Trump pumped up music, some the Rich Man North of Richmond song. We just need to go full scale. I mean, it's like, I mean, when I think of Oliver Anthony and his song that was popular about a year ago, Rich Man North of Richmond. That was so
I love
timely.
that song.
It was so timely because he was like, there's a part of that song where he's talking about like, don't you wish like politicians would look out for you and not some children on an island somewhere? I'm like,
yeah,
shots fired.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what New York Times is doing. Let's see if any updates over there. So they're at okay. So they're showing 95% chance now for Trump, and they are now at 92% reporting for. And Trump, he's increasing his number of votes he's leading by. So he was at one point earlier. Remember, he was like 170, 180 in PA. So he is now up to he's got about 220,000 vote lead in PA.
You're right, he does. That's right.
I mean, it looks like they could potentially even like this is enough to call PA. And if they call PA and it's like and I mean honestly, well, Michigan they're at 62%, but Wisconsin they're at 85%. In Wisconsin, he still has he's at 120,000 vote lead. In Wisconsin.
Hold on. New York Times is predicting Trump has won Pennsylvania. You seeing that?
What's that mean? Let me refresh because that would be on here.
The New York Times is now giving Donald Trump a 95% chance of becoming the 47th president of the United States.
Yep. So that's what we have right here. 95% chance.
Let's see. Trump is about to make his way from Mar-a-Lago to his victory headquarters in West Palm Beach, likely to declare victory.
Oh, man, we might just have to stay up for it, Chris.
I'm telling you, no one's going to sleep tonight. I mean, this is what's going to happen. Trump's going to go to the West Palm Beach as he's in a victory. And let's not forget this too. Let's go over the numbers on this briefly because this plays into this. So right now he's at, according to NBC, he's at 63,835,771 votes to her 58,882,868. So Trump's at almost 5 million. He's been at 4 million all night. Now he's up to almost
basically 4.8 million, right? Just about.
He's at 4.92 million.
Yeah.
So I mean, Trump. I mean, so here's what's going to happen. Trump's going to go to West Palm Beach headquarters. He's going to declare victory. He's like, look, we're almost 5 million votes ahead. Look, we're up in all the states. By 3 or 4 a.m. we're going to know. and then the Democrats going to freak out and say, oh, he's a dictator. How dare he call the election early? What a prick, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just, it's going to be interesting. But what does New York Times say? I have Pennsylvania on NBC at 92% counted.
Let's see, go back to the New York Times. Let's check it out. Yeah, they're at 92. They're
Michigan's at 61.
No, they've got Michigan at 62.
62. Okay. What about Wisconsin? I got 86 over here.
They're 85. So what are you showing for Wisconsin?
86%. Trump's at 1.45 million. She's at 1.34 million. So he has about almost a 4-point lead.
Yeah, that's about what New York Times is showing.
Minnesota,
Arizona changed. Arizona, we're now at 54%. We were at 53% for a long time. And yep, and Trump is up. He was up by 13,000, and he's up by 13,000 still.
So Trump is only, this is fun fact for you. So Trump's only down 57,000 votes, Minnesota. 50.3 minus 475.
He's close in Minnesota. He's close.
He's only down 2.8%, which again, people like Minnesota should have been called hours ago. Like, I mean, again, NBC has not. Anyway, NBC is not reporting on Maine or New Hampshire.
So here's what's crazy. Okay, look at this little note on Arizona. It says on the New York Times, most voters cast ballots by mail, and counting typically takes days. Officials in Maricopa County said full tabulation could take 10 to 13 days.
Yeah.
Come on. What a joke. What an absolute joke.
100%. No, I know. It takes 14 days to count in Arizona, but yet Florida and New York and California, they can all have that. Oh, okay. Liars.
Yeah.
Filthy liars.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like Pennsylvania, like I think they can call it. You know, he's now got a 220,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. With 92% in. Like that, to me, this is a state that you would call. At 92% in with that kind of a lead. He's got a 3-point lead at 92%. There's no way she can flip that, even with some ballot dumps or who knows what. It would be way too obvious. It would kill them.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
And in Michigan, he's up 6 points in Michigan.
Yeah, again, I mean, I'm sure Trump's going to bring out the numbers to really embarrass the Democrats and be like, look, guys, we've gone over the numbers. Our campaign has gone over the numbers. Like, there is no viable path to victory for her.
Yeah, this is interesting. And we're slowly approaching 300,000 over on Twitter, which is great.
Well, that's cool okay, because they're slowly approaching Pennsylvania for Trump. NBC just finally called New Mexico for Harris. So
okay.
She hasn't even broken 200 in the electoral college yet.
Yeah. New York Times, they called New Mexico, probably an hour ago, 45 minutes. I've lost my sense of time.
Yeah. Oh, good. Fox News breaking on my phone has won Georgia. Oh man, thanks. Before midnight. Oh, gosh, I really appreciate the effort there. Man. You can always trust. You can always trust Fox News. You can always trust Fox News to help you out with a helping hand. I had a buddy of mine. What did he say? He's like, Fox News is always what is it? He's behind their own ass. Oh gosh, sorry for the foul language. I just these people.
Well, it's getting late. We've now hit basically 4 hours of live stream. So
I know. And honestly, Seth, I'll go as long as you want me to be honest. I just, like I said, the American people deserve an answer. Again, I mean, I'm here with you till 3-4 in the morning because this is ridiculous. I mean, again, I can understand not calling the race. I get it. If it's like, okay, if like, there's like a 5,000, 10,000 vote difference. Okay. That I respect. Okay. I sure. Let's go, well into the next morning, but I'm like, Trump's ahead well over 200,000 in Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
I mean, same thing, almost, yeah, he's well over 200,000 also in Michigan.
He's also killing it so far in Nevada.
Oh, is he? Okay, let me take 6.
Yes.
60. Finally, they call that 60. Oh, geez, that was at 2% forever, man. So 60. Okay, so what do you have on New York Times? I have 68%. I have 68%. Take a look here.
Wait, for which? No, I'm showing 16% Nevada.
No, I have 68% on NBC.
Of Nevada?
Yeah.
68, and what are they saying?
Yeah, it says right here, Nevada, 68% in Trump, 50.3 to her 48.1. So he has
actually, wow. So CNN's at 69%, and they've got Trump. He's got a 3-point lead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think he's up about 30,000 votes, and
almost exactly.
And let's not forget, heading into early voting, Trump was about 48,000 votes ahead of her with early voting. And again, let's not forget, Nevada has not gone red since George Bush in 2000, and I believe it was 2000. I think. So
I'm gonna take a look at let's see what CNN's saying right now. I'm just honestly, I'm curious. Let's see where I can find their live coverage of this. Where is it? Here we go.
52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 46% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 215,000 vote lead. That's with 62% of the estimated vote in from the Wolverine state. The Badger state of Wisconsin now, Donald Trump, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.2% of the vote. Donald Trump, more than 113,000 votes ahead of Harris with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. In Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Harris with 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 12,000 vote lead. That's with only 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Still a lot of votes to count in Arizona. Nevada now, they've really counted a lot of votes. Donald Trump, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 33,000 vote lead. That is with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. Last time we looked, it was only 2%. John King, look at that. Your buddies in Nevada reporting their votes there.
Well, last time it took a very, very long time. So if they're starting to get some in tonight, that's progress for Nevada. I just want to show this. This was a conversation you guys were having over at the panel table the other day, just on the importance of Pennsylvania, as we're at this point now, where North Carolina and Georgia have gone for Trump. You see the yellow of the states still on the map. Now, we project Alaska is going to come in for the Republican. If that were to change, that would change these paths. But there is no path to 270 for the vice president that does not include the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So, yes, she needs to win all blue wall states to get there. That would get her there on its own as long as she wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. But there's no way to get there without Pennsylvania, which is why that is absolutely critical that she win there. I just want to show you what I mean. Let's assume that she came back and won Michigan. She's trailing now. Let's assume she came back and won Wisconsin. She's trailing now. She's trailing here, and she's trailing here. Even if she won them all,
wow.
If Donald Trump won that, he'd be over the top. And so, if she is winning this, she can afford to lose something else along the way. But because this is why we've talked about this for weeks, and that's why both campaigns spent more money in Pennsylvania than any other state, Commonwealth by far. The 19 electoral votes, it's just 19 versus 16, 19 versus 11, 19 versus 10. It just affects your path to 270 math in such a profound way. So as you look at where we are now and you come back out into the latest vote count right there, Pennsylvania is paramount. That does not mean the other ones don't matter. Just winning Pennsylvania wouldn't be enough to get her there either. I'm just saying she can't win without Pennsylvania. Donald Trump can. Donald Trump can, but she cannot win without Pennsylvania. And so if you look here right now, where are you? That's 219,342 votes with 93% of the vote in. This is why when you heard Cedric Richmond at the Harris event, said we would not hear from the vice president tonight and that she wants every vote counted. You did not hear him say, we see a viable path to victory. He did not speak those words. That doesn't mean it's not mathematical. The states have not been called. But he did not say we see a viable path to victory. He said we want all the votes to be counted. And so you look here at 51%. Again, one of the big questions was, could Donald Trump get over 50? In most of these battleground states in 2016 and 2020, he was a 47, he was a 48, maybe he was a 49. In Pennsylvania right now, Donald Trump is at 51.1. And again, you're looking at a state, the vice president, simply, there's a lot of states to count still, But if you want to look at one question, she cannot lose Pennsylvania. She just cannot. The math doesn't work if she does. So you're looking, yes, there are still some votes down to be counted down here. I think when we get closer to 100% in Philadelphia, that's going to settle the math once and for all. It's improbable at the moment. Let's just be honest about it, but it's not impossible. So you keep it on the board right there, and you look 78% though. 78% estimated in Philadelphia. She's at 78%. Look at the 484. You come back here, 78% to 81%. 3 points in the state's largest city that is absolutely fundamental to Democratic victory, underperforming Joe Biden by 3 percentage points. And at the moment, more than 100,000 votes. We're not done with the math yet. That's it. I mean, you can find other places too. You can find. We looked through some of the blue-collar counties earlier where she was underperforming Biden and Trump was moving up. We can come back and look at that again if you want. Just Trump outperforming 2020 by 3% or more. This is significant. It's happening mostly in counties he's winning anyway. But she's overperformed a little bit in Chester County down there, which, again, 8-10 years ago was a Republican county. But where is in Bucks County, which he's is currently flipped to red. But a lot of it's out here in places where Donald Trump already runs strong. He's running stronger. And that's critical. One of the questions coming into the campaign was, well, Donald Trump got 2016 phenomenon, more votes in 2020, but he lost. Are there really more Trump voters out there? Well, yes, apparently there are. And you see them right there, and you see them in other states as well. So there's Pennsylvania. Jake, I just want to go through these quickly to see if the math has changed. 63%. We've been stuck there for a little bit. You come down here. Again, when you're looking at 224,000 votes, Joe Biden won Michigan by 154,000 votes. Donald Trump's at 224,000 votes. And so you're looking and you're saying, where? Where? Is it possible? Well, the only place you can get that many votes is Wayne County. They're at 24%. So you see, she's at 58% right there. Donald Trump at 39%. Again, you want the conversation that is going to start once these states are called, assuming we stay on the trajectory we are on, which the trajectory we are on, not there, we're not the finish line, but the trajectory we are on is an overwhelming Donald Trump victory in the Electoral College. The possibility of flipping back all 3 blue wall states. But even if he loses Michigan.
Wow, listen to that. I mean, so there you go. CNN saying that the trajectory we're on is an overwhelming Trump victory. I go ahead, Chris.
No, some updates here. Nevada's at 70% in. The Republican governor there, Lombardo, is doing quite well handling it, in my opinion. Trump's up 3.5 points. He's at 517,000 to her 483. Yep. So he's up about about 40,000. So that's still holding strong with 70% in. So Kevin Sorbo was on Twitter saying that CBS is saying that we won't know the results of Pennsylvania or Arizona until Thursday.
Oh, come on.
But I could see, though, like Nevada, I could see that going Trump, and that gives him 6 more, which would put him over to 252. And then if he gets Wisconsin too, I mean, that's going to make things very interesting for the Trump campaign, and he'll be at 250. I think Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes. I mean, so he'll be at roughly 262. So I mean, that's dangerously close to what he needs. So and then plus Alaska, so I'll put him at about 265. So he'll be very close right there to 5. I mean, he could. I mean, by 3 a.m. we could easily be right at about 265 for Trump. But the sad reality, though, we might have to wait on Arizona and Pennsylvania and Michigan, to know who wins. But yeah, if I was Trump, I'd be pissed off too, because I'm sure by 3 a.m. he's going to be at 265. So.
Yeah, sorry, give me 1 second, Chris. I'm just going to make sure my broadcast initially has to go until 2 a.m. But
yeah, you're good. They've called Alaska for Trump, so now he's at 251. Who won the House seat in Alaska, I wonder?
So, but yeah, I mean, if you look at that, if you look at it, look like the only path forward is, the only path forward is for her to basically, if she can't win PA, there's no chance. So,
well, yeah, which is why I'm sure they want to slow play it. That's why. I mean, again, they don't want her to be embarrassed I mean, it's a sad reality for her, but I mean, again, PA's at 93%. They have, I mean, as far as NBC is concerned, they have not closed the polls. But and not in Arizona either. I mean, which I don't see how you can close the polls in Arizona when they're only at 52%. Like, I love how the first hour they can get half the state counted, but then they stop. It's just ridiculous. But again, I do believe Trump could declare victory tonight if he has Nevada and Wisconsin, come in.
Yeah, I agree. Do you are you getting any kind of update on when he'll be speaking? Any indication, and where are you seeing that at? Because I would love to be until we see him addressing people.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. Trump wins Alaska. Yep, we already know that. Okay, let's see. Trump leads Harris by 50.9 to 47.5 with an estimated 75% reporting for the AP. Per the AP, Harris only has a 1.7% lead in Clark County.
Wow, so look at this. New York Times has basically almost called it for Trump now. They've now moved that he's greater than 95% chance, very likely Trump.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow.
See, the thing is that this is okay. Of course, there's some similarities to where we're at now to where we were in 2020,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Obviously, we've got all these swing states, these key swing states that are still not completed. They're not being called. They're saying it's going to take some time. But New York Times was not calling Trump like this in 2020. They,
No.
we were in a very, very different place than where we were in 2020.
That's right. No, 100%. Let's see. New Hampshire. I'm sorry. NBC still has not called New Hampshire or Maine yet. Just FYI there, and New Hampshire and New Jersey. But yeah, I mean those 5 swing states though. I mean Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. They're really, those 5 are, it's gonna be quite interesting.
And gosh, so Michigan, he's got a 6-point lead. Michigan with 65% of the votes in. I mean, he's up. He is up. Over 200,000, 230 some thousand. He's up.
Yeah, look. And I've also tabulated the popular vote too. About 125 million people have already voted. Comparatively to last time, for the audience to understand this, in 2020, let me pull this up here. I believe about 100 and let's see here. About 150 million voted in 2020. So let me double check here. So let me check my math here.
Actually, you know what though? His lead is starting to expand in Arizona. So they're at 54% now, and he's up to about a 14,000 point lead or vote lead there. So he was at 10,000 before, right? As we've been watching this, actually earlier on, I think Harris might have been ahead at some point earlier on. But they're now granted, they're a lot of the uncounted votes there are Maricopa. So who knows what's going to happen there? And I'm not thankfully, I think that Arizona actually doesn't really matter at all. Like it's who cares about Arizona? Like screw Maricopa County, right? Because all he needs is if he gets Pennsylvania, that's it, right? As CNN said, like if he gets Pennsylvania, there's no path to victory for Harris. So let alone it looks like he's in the same place with Pennsylvania as Wisconsin. They're both, like 93% reported, 87% reported, strong. And then you got Michigan, right, which is only 65% reported, but still, the trend we saw down in Georgia is that he did extremely well with the black voters. So a lot of those, Detroit, a lot of those inner city voters, those blacks up in Michigan, I'm curious to see how that plays out because, he's done really well with the blacks. So not to mention Hispanics. I mean, it's interesting. It's pretty wild, isn't it?
Very, very, very much so. I have 89% reported for Wisconsin with Trump. He just hit 1.5 million votes.
So can you say it one more time?
Yeah, 89% reported in Wisconsin. And yeah, he has a comfortable 4-point lead.
So what's his vote count? Because New York Times is 87%, but he's at 1.503.
Yeah, NBC has him at 89%. He's at 1.5 million votes to her
okay.
1.38.
Okay, yep, that's about where what New York Times is showing.
Oh, funny. Nevada statewide referendum to require photo ID for voting on track to pass by large margin.
Yeah, funny.
Yeah, again, same thing. Trump to speak to supporters soon. I mean, you and I both know Trump takes forever to address his supporters. So I mean, I'm sure he'll address them because what is it? It's 1:15 where you're at. I'm sure he'll probably address his team by like 2 a.m. Eastern. I'm sure he will.
Yep.
So I'd give it about 45 more minutes. Because I'm sure his people want, like most of the votes already in. So still at 70% in Nevada. Hopefully we can get some type of result tonight. I think Nevada would really help things along. Arizona's still at Arizona moved a little bit. That's good. So now they're at 53% as opposed to 52%. So
well,
Trump's
New York
lead
Times is 54.
Oh, 54. Okay. What are they saying?
They're showing he's at 930 and she's at 916.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. See, we're at 53% and it shows 934 to 918.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
So that's weird.
Gosh, we've still
ahead.
got a lot of people watching live. I mean, kudos to those that are still up with us, and thank you for being along with us.
I told you, Seth, people are not going to sleep tonight. They're not going to fall for the same nonsense. They're not going to, I mean, because again, remember 4 years ago, we all went to bed at 10:30 being like, oh yeah, he's fine. He's good.
I know. I remember that. Like, I remember going to bed thinking like, this is great. I felt so positive. Next morning, though, I remember when Fox called Arizona, that was like, that really kind of was like, oh, that's not good. That's not good. But I was still so optimistic, right? PA was still out. Michigan was still out. You know, a lot of these major swing states were still out. So, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. I mean, again, CBS really what a bunch of idiots. Like, oh, it's gonna take till Thursday. Like, how do you know it's gonna take till Thursday? Like, how do you know that you need?
It's because they're freaking out, man. They're frantic. That's what's happening. Is they're frantic because they like, you know, these corrupt media companies, like the target's on them, right? Like if Trump gets in and if he really holds to some of these campaign promises and, you know, if he follows through with some of these previous executive orders, like the executive order he passed before 2020, talking about election interference and seizing assets of the medias and stuff, it's serious stuff.
I agree. Oh, goodness gracious. The House Republicans are still at 190 to Democrats at 157. Republicans need about 28 more seats and they have the majority, as opposed to Democrats need about 50, 60. So hopefully that goes our way, hopefully. NBC, what are you telling me? Still 70% in Nevada, Arizona, okay. Wisconsin's 89, Michigan's at 66. Yeah, none of these have changed. Hurry up and wait. Oh yeah, election officials in Milwaukee, Wisconsin just revealed that there was no massive turnout in the city, which Kamala Harris is currently banking on.
Interesting.
As CNN quoted, "I have not seen as large as I thought before."
So I've got a little kind of break for us. I'm going to play, we talked about Richmond from Richmond. Here we go. We got a little 3 minute kind of interlude. So here everyone can up and stretch and do your thing. Actually, here, I'm going to play us full screen and take a little stretch, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, 'cause the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do. I don't think you know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, north of rich men. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
All right, folks. So, Chris, excuse me, is still on his potty break, but it looks like during the Oliver Anthony song, maybe that was a good luck. It was good luck to play the Richmond song. Because it looks like a lot. I'm getting some text messages coming in and some notifications coming in from folks on the text messages and comments that it looks like there have been some places that have called Pennsylvania. So let me go check out Election Wizard and see what we got going on over there. Let's see. Wow. Oh, wow. There you go. I can't believe it. Chris isn't here for this. I'm like, Chris, man, you're missing out. So, now again, this is Election Wizard is saying that breaking, Donald J. Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States. Looks like Trump has won Pennsylvania. He did it. Wow. Wow. I honestly, I thought there's a good chance that he could have won this. I did not expect this to happen the night of the election. Something significant has shifted. Let me message Chris. Where my goodness. Oh, there he is, Chris. Chris, look at this. He won.
What? Oh, that's amazing.
No, he did. No, so. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I love Election Wizard, but I want to hear from.
I know.
So upset. You can't do that to me.
No, they're saying I'm seeing all over the place that they called PA for Trump. Now I got to figure out who they is. Trump called PA. Oh my goodness. Trump called PA for Trump. Sorry, Fox News has called PA.
No, they haven't.
Look on the screen. Fox News called.
No, this is the same Fox News that waited 5 hours to call Georgia, and then they just expedite Pennsylvania.
I know it's very funny, but wow.
Hold on, I gotta see what NBC is saying.
Check it out, man. See what they're saying.
I can actually go to bed early tonight.
No, we're cracking open the scotch and the cigars and no, I mean, yeah, they called it. So Fox News is called PA. Let's see. I want to see what CNN's saying live. Let's check out CNN. Actually, I'll give Fox a chance. Let's give them a chance again, just to see what they're going to say about this.
Yeah, no doubt.
She's
my
talking about
sister's
having a
even
to-do
saying
list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say, this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
It's truly remarkable. The revolution rolls on. And this is not just, a victory for the White House tonight, but also, this is the end of the old Republican Party, which, of course, Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything, all of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his first.
I'm going to see what CNN's saying. I'm curious to see how they're covering this now. Let's see where they're at. Let's see here. So CNN hasn't called PA yet. Let's see. New York Times. So New York Times hasn't called PA yet.
Chris Cuomo and News Nation just dropped devastating news for the Kamala Harris campaign. The margin of error is pretty much a zilch. They're predicting that Trump's going to win. Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, yep. I mean, it looks like it. Let's see what CNN's squawking about. They're just running some ads over there. Okay, we'll go back to Fox. So Fox, it looks like Trump is going to be speaking very soon. Fox is kind of covering that, getting ready to happen. So we're going to wait and see what's going on there. Let's see what they're saying here.
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
Oh, I love
him. I love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and, in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But
court for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And it takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the
and then
same
she's flexed
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in
She's the same
2024.
person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that she, well, we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Collin, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gain and be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we need to be clear, we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want it to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win, and I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we've talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear.
They're there. And he's definitely
there. A lot of people are still up.
The question is how much of the national TV audience is.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision, and decisions clear the way for harmony and peace. You know,
but there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view, when Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate.
Told you.
Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate. At which point, old Biden started getting, these historical sugar plums dancing in his head, and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR. How he was going to be the next FDR.
The next FDR. He was going to out-Obama Obama. Remember that? Yep. Well, in my view, that was he would have been if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate. First thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again,
I had money on
Donald
that
J.
state.
Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
All right, so let's go check out and see what old CNN's saying. They're still running ads.
By the way,
What's
One
that?
factoid for you. Trump secures largest share of Jewish votes in decades across key states. Trump secured 43% of the Jewish vote in Florida, 38% of it in Arizona, 42% of it in Nevada, and 43% of the Jewish vote in New York.
Interesting. Hey, look, we just hit 300,000 people on Twitter.
I saw that. That's amazing. Guys, everybody, please go to stay on this Twitter feed and like and follow Seth Holhouse. He is amazing. You're going to love him.
Thank you. Wow. We're going on approaching 5 hours of we're doing a 5-hour live stream.
Again, like I said, I get it, Seth. Like Fox News called it. I owe them an apology. They called Pennsylvania, good for them, but like I said, I'm not going to count my chickens just
I
because
know.
Fox
There's a lot. Yep.
So,
and I just also don't start trusting Fox News all of a sudden now either. So.
Exactly. Because I could see them being like, "We apologize. We should not have called Pennsylvania." Blah 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 blah.
So I'm gonna see. Let's see what CNN saying over here.
Another state in Pennsylvania and Michigan, I just don't think that materialized. Also, that a significant portion of the country actually did support the overturning of Roe. That is a fact in it. So I think there was an overemphasis there and not reading the mood that there are other issues that were driving women.
Well, there are two states that had abortion initiatives on the ballot today, Arizona and Nevada.
In Florida.
Well, but I'm saying that of the battleground states, they were on the ballot, and yet we'll see what happens in those states. But he appears to be headed toward it. But I think, look, first of all, let's just note that I hope what he does is stand up and talk about the country and show grace and thanks. You say he should take a victory lap, but
I mean, David, he's been getting the shit kicked out of him for 4 years.
Yes, because he refused to accept the results of the last election, because he helped instigate what we saw on January 6th. That's
right.
why
this is why he turned CNN off.
He's been taking. These are things of his own.
Well, let's go check back out and see what old Foxy News is saying.
What Foxy News is saying. CNN and NBC are still not reporting it.
If you have, what's that now?
NBC and CNN are not reporting anything. Mark Cuban has declared Trump the winner on Twitter, so people who follow him. And foreign powers are also saying Trump has won as well. El Salvador's president has also congratulated President Trump.
Wow.
And it also looks like Eric Hovde will. He's at 90% of the votes in Wisconsin. Eric Hovde is up 2.5 points, so it looks like he will be the next senator from Wisconsin, which is huge for us. With 89% of the votes in Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick leads incumbent Bob Casey by 1.5 points. The second best thing other than Trump winning tonight, God willing, is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin all deliver Republican senators. That would be huge.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, we've got a flip in West Virginia. We've got a flip in Ohio. We look like we're gonna have a flip in PA. Look like we're gonna flip it in Michigan,
Montana too.
Yeah, incredible. I did not predict the night to go like this. Honestly, I did not. Did you?
Everybody can go to my Twitter feed. I put my predictions in 2 days ago. I did not, like I said, I thought Trump would win Virginia and New Hampshire. He won it by very close margins. So, but anyway.
Actually, here's a good plug, right? So while we're waiting for Trump to come speak, so sort of watching, I am currently writing a book that I'm going to be releasing soon and giving away for free called Prep Like Noah. It's basically prepping 101, and because I care about all the folks that are watching this channel, and I want you to be safe and your families to be safe. That's why I'm writing the book as a guide for that. So we're also giving away over $5,000 in survival food. So if you want to enter in for free to win over $5,000 potentially in survival food, right, from Heaven's Harvest, and you want to get your free copy of the book, just go to preplikenoah.com. So you go to preplikenoah.com, put your email, your first name, your last name in, and you will, as soon as the book is done, I will email it to you. Again, it's free. And you're automatically entered in to win. We're giving a bunch of prizes: 6 month supply, 3 month supply, 1 month supply, all from Heaven's Harvest. So while we're waiting on Trump to start speaking, take a moment. If you're still here, congratulations. But take a moment, go to preplikenoah.com. All right, let's see. Still commercials over at Fox, I think. Let's see if they're doing anything now. Okay, let's see what they're saying.
You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed.
Yeah, so Chris, like, what are your thoughts? What do you think about this? Oh, Chris, I'm not getting your audio coming in. Let me try to diagnose what's going on here.
You think it's worth talking about?
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsense.
All right, Chris, you there now? Sorry, your audio wasn't working. Okay, yep, yeah, we're good. Yeah, so Chris, what are your thoughts? Actually, wait, it looks like we've got some action. Looks like Trump is maybe coming out. There's some picture taking. Let's see what's going on here.
Jody Armour, you're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position, her core prevailing wins. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic. Yeah. And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve. I just think when I see this unfold.
What's that, Chris?
Fox News is also called Wisconsin.
Oh, they did.
Yep. Hey, I want to log back in. I'm having some audio issues on my end. I apologize.
Okay. Yep. Just hop out and come back in. I'll see you soon. Let's go. So Chris said that they called Wisconsin. Let's see if I can find the electoral map here. Let's go back to the map that we were at earlier. How did I lose that? I think I clicked on something. How did I possibly lose our map, our trusty old map? Let's see. We'll come back to that. Let's go back to Fox, see what they're saying.
With the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term as president by the fact that he didn't really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all the campaign has been through of creating what you want to create. There is a second administration. Your thoughts of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boys Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think a liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House. But he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the Never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the Never-Trumpers soon enough, and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. Yep. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in a room. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, Now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward.
But he will
I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think I don't know him as well as you, but I hope the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
Well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
If you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
$50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. Yeah. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I was struck by? The
Rogan
final
and Musk and the rest of
the ads where they
were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No,
maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm at the convention center.
At the convention center, let them have their moment without anyone. I remember Andy Card, and say, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So
Yeah, I
if
wonder
I
when he's
were
gonna come
her,
on there,
I would
so.
do it tonight.
I
Get
mean,
it
they had that
over
whole
with.
setup in front of
Get it
Howard
over with.
University.
Yes, all of her
where
people
she
were already
attended.
there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment
right.
and do it the way that
But
people
they were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they
guaranteeing
were
the blue
told to go
wall.
to bed.
Remember that?
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said, everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out. And he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies. And I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcast. It is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end.
Yes.
Who is the next standard bearer for President Trump?
Yes, Chris.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Nope.
Oh.
Knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary
projects
ground
Donald
game,
Trump
but
wins
do
Pennsylvania.
ground games matter as much as podcast, as much as real authentic?
Yeah, there you go. So so CNN projects. Chris, I'm not sure it's with our audio. It's something to do with our connection with each other. But I can hear you. Actually, you just disappeared. Maybe you're coming back. So CNN here. Yep, CNN has projected, or CNN's called PA. So CNN has called Pennsylvania for Trump. And you saw it, right? We played that clip earlier that they said that that if he wins Pennsylvania, there's no path forward. So it's now official, not just on Fox News, but also on CNN.
You know,
so
consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be
Chris, can you hear me? Is my audio coming through for you?
nomination,
Maybe not,
and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know that
who would
you
have been
can
freer,
pass.
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he'd left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Against her.
You know?
But I mean, Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You know, we got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So, is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated a Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from
the old days.
The party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right
Chris,
now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. It's a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost an opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line, to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish.
I apologize, folks, for the nonstop Fox News, but we're waiting for Trump to speak. So this is the grand finale. I'd rather be listening to Fox News talk about it than CNN complaining. So. Looks like something's happening. The stage is getting set up. Let's go back and see what they're saying, telling us. Chris, do you have any thoughts before we jump back in?
Yeah, so CNN and NBC have both declared Pennsylvania for Trump. So NBC and CNN both have him at 266. So he just needs 4 more to win. She, as far as we know, she has not conceded yet. He's at 266. near, what was I going to say? Oh, and it looks like we're going to do very well in the Senate. It looks like we are poised to take Wisconsin's Senate seat, flip that, flip Michigan's Senate seat, Pennsylvania's Senate seat. Kerry Lake is still struggling a little bit in Arizona, but in Nevada, Sam Brown, the military war hero, he might unseat Jackie Rosen tonight. The Republicans could walk in January with a 54-55 seat majority in the Senate. That would be that hasn't happened in a very long time.
Incredible. And what's happening with the House?
Yeah, the House briefly, I'll go back to that. It's still teetering back and forth. Both sides are claiming that it's going to flip towards them. So far, CNN has been the most accurate, I guess. Right now, it's at 165 Democrats, 191 Republican. Excuse me. Again, the road to the majority in the House is 218. Republicans are obviously a lot closer by about 25. But yeah, so again, looks like Trump will win. I mean, honestly, I don't think we're going to have a results tonight from Arizona. I think they're going to drag it out as long as possible.
Of course.
But I'm hoping that CNN and NBC follow Fox News's path, and they actually, it says right here, Nevada's at 93%. So either Wisconsin or Nevada is going to put Trump over the edge. So
according to the other media, right?
Correct. Yes. Again, Arizona is locked at 53%. It hasn't changed in like over like half an hour, 45 minutes. Nevada has changed. It's at 93%. Michigan is still at 74%. Wisconsin's at 92%. And Alaska should be called here any minute on NBC and CNN. But yeah, it looks like Nevada again, Trump needs just one. I mean, I think that's what Trump's waiting for, to be honest with you, is I think he's waiting for Wisconsin or Nevada to be called for him. And then he can clearly say, look, Fox News, CNN, NBC, they're all saying it. I have gotten 270. Oh, by the way, Kamala, I'm up more than 5 million plus. I've extended my popular vote reach as well. So there's no viable path for her.
Yeah. And I would say that this is a red wave. I mean, if you look at, let's pop back over to just I'll pull up Fox News's electoral map here. Give me 1 second here. So looking at this, because they've got PA, but they're the furthest along. If you look at this, and if you think that Nevada looks like it's almost guaranteed to be Trump, right? So there's an extra 6 votes. Arizona is still, he's up 30,000 now. So Arizona is trending the same way that it has since the beginning, right? So he's maintaining a consistent lead in Arizona. Alaska is going to be Trump, right? That's a given. Michigan, it looks like Michigan also is going to be Trump, right? He's up by, 7 points? He's up by 7 points now. He was up by 6 points earlier. So we're not seeing the same trends where, as these last minute ballot dumps come in, that it's shifting. So it's a pretty significant victory. Not to mention, he's at almost 68 million votes versus 62.5 million votes. So it's a pretty significant. This is a landslide. It really is.
Well, and let me correct myself here for a minute right now. So according to Fox News, we're at 51 majority in the Senate. We've already got that threshold. Everybody agrees. But right now, again, for clarification, McCormick is leading in Pennsylvania by 100,000. Michigan, Rogers is leading by about 100,000. Wisconsin, Hovde is leading by 80,000. Montana, Sheehy is leading by about, I would say, maybe 20,000. Again, they're only 33% in, but everybody already knows Montana will flip to red. And Sam Brown, people who thought would be the long shot, who probably wouldn't, because Nevada, they're weird. They love Republican governors, but they love Democrat senators. Jackie Rosen is not performing very well. Sam Brown is ahead by about 10, 15,000. We could, again, I misspoke earlier. We could potentially be heading into a 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. It's looking like we're going to at least a 55-seat majority in the Senate, which is huge.
And
Maybe-
so you think
maybe
the House is too early to call, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna know I don't think we're gonna know the House till probably, I would say probably tomorrow night we'll know the House for sure. But there's still. Go ahead.
I was going to pop over to New York Times and see if they've updated.
Yeah, there's honestly
No,
there's still
they still
there's
haven't. They haven't called.
Let's see, 189 plus 163. Yeah, they're at 352. I mean, they still have another 50, 60 races to call in the House. I will say, this is
Actually,
the first
sorry.
time.
Here's a quick thing. I would say the answer is the House. This is from a New York Times reporter, so take that with a grain of salt. It says the majority of the most competitive House races have yet to be decided. Counting these votes, especially in California, may drag on for days, and either party has a chance at winning control of the chamber. So, is that accurate?
Well, yeah, and I can give you an example. So, again, I'm up here in northwestern Iowa. We get a lot of Omaha politics on TV. Again, Congressman Bacon from Omaha, he's a Republican. He is literally down about 800 votes to the Democrat challenger. So and 91% has been called in. So in that particular case, they need that extra 9% to figure out who has actually won. So that's a small example, Seth, of what we're really looking at here. So same thing in Maine, 2nd, where Congressman Golden, the Democrat incumbent in a Republican plus 6 district, is being challenged by Therault. Again, that's Therault, the Republican challenger, is down also about 800 votes in Maine's 2nd district, and with about 62%. So I mean, there's a lot that's happening right now. But I think Republicans, I think they come out on top. I think it's going to be a little closer in the House races, but I think we come out on top just barely.
Okay, that's helpful because I'm seeing some questions about that. Okay.
Yeah, 100%. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just like I'm hoping Trump comes out soon. I mean,
again, yeah, I mean, like I said, again, Seth, I highly doubt it. I mean, again, he's waiting on Nevada. He's waiting on Nevada or Wisconsin to be called. Once he has that, then he can seriously go out.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm curious though, because I guess that's true. Let's look at CNN on their map.
Because let's see, NBC has 93%. With Trump up almost 180,000. In Nevada, 93% is in. Trump's up 4.4. Yeah, he's up almost 50,000 votes. So, I mean, once Nevada drops, I mean, yeah. I mean, well, actually, a fun fact for you, even Alaska, NBC and CNN, once they call Alaska, that'll put Trump to 269. So, electoral college-wise, she will have no path to anything. Well, what is she going to do? Tie him at 269 and hope it goes to the House?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that is a small possibility. The fact that CNN and NBC have both called Pennsylvania for Trump, I think within the next hour or two, we're gonna have Wisconsin or Nevada. I mean, just because Nevada and Alaska, because Alaska and Nevada are both Republican governors. I think they'll actually push for results tonight. And once Nevada and Alaska are in, that's 9 votes. CNN and NBC, they won't be able to play games with this. Trump will be well over 270.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Would you consider? Well, okay. Looking at this, let me pull up the Fox News map. Right. So if Trump gets Nevada, Arizona, and Michigan, and Alaska, obviously, would you call that a landslide?
Well, if Trump gets Wisconsin and Michigan, that's all the Rust Belt states. That is a huge landslide right there. I personally did not think he would get Michigan. Again, Michigan is still out for debate, but his
leading by a lot.
And 75% is in. But Seth, you have to also understand. Again, Trump barely lost Virginia. You know, if Trump wins Nevada, which has not happened since 2004, I mean, that's 20 years. I mean, the Republican Party is fully his. I mean, it's his family runs the party now. I mean, CNN and Fox News, they were both right. He has redefined this party. But again, I mean, honestly, I don't think we're going to see Trump for at least a half hour to an hour because, again, he wants that extra threshold. He wants to, because I don't think Kamala, I mean, Twitter is all over the place. She is not conceding.
Yeah, it seems like it, which is really, I mean, it's really kind of poor showmanship, right?
But we better all get down and pray to God and say thank you. I mean, this was great. I mean, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Bobby Kennedy. I mean, what's he going to be? Is he going to be the CDC director? Is Bobby Kennedy going to be the NHI director? Is he going to be Secretary of Health and Human Services? That's going to be a big question. Is Vivek Ramaswamy, is he going to be a cabinet position? Is Ben Carson? I mean, he probably won't be HUD. He might be labor this time in the cabinet. I mean, what's Nikki Haley's role? Is Trump going to bring her back into the fold? Because Nikki Haley has been awful to Trump these last 4 years, but she was very loyal to him while he was in office. She wrote a book about that. What is Elon Musk's role? Is he going to have Trump's executive authority to be in charge of government operations for more what did he call it? The Dodge Group. What was it?
Department of Government Efficiency.
Yes,
Doge,
thank you. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, Doge. Yeah, Doge. There you go. Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, what is she going to be? Is she going to be an ambassador? Is she going to be SecDef? I mean, the reality is, I think there's a very viable path for Republicans to get 255 in the Senate. That's huge. And will the Senate, Republican-controlled Senate?
Looks like maybe he's coming out now.
Oh, let's take a look.
Well, look at all the.
Tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
Well, we should. I mean, Lee
there he is.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Our patience has paid off.
And let's not forget, Seth, real quick too. He will be the first president since Grover Cleveland served 2 non-consecutive terms in the White House. Seth, real quick.
Yes.
Kamala Harris has reportedly called Trump to concede.
Oh, so Kamala could.
Yep.
Wow. So she's not contesting it. Wow.
I thought for sure his children are J.D. Vance.
It's Dana White. Look how tall Barron is.
I know, he's like 6'13".
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit, in particular, hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious test. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump the man who will be the 47th president of the United States in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for all Americans.
Well, Chris, there we go. Can you hear me okay?
Oh.
Wow. It's basically 3 a.m. This has been a 6-hour live stream. Yeah. Wow. What a night. I did not expect to have a winner tonight. I know you did. You predicted it. You're the prediction guru. But yeah, I hope that everyone across America can sleep well tonight. To the 308,000 people watching on Twitter right now, absolutely amazing. To the thousands watching over on Rumble, thank you all for being here. Just a reminder to make sure you follow me on Rumble, on Twitter. Another thing as well, remember that I'm giving away the book I'm writing right now, Prep Like Noah, and the free food. So make sure you sign up for that at prelikenoah.com. You get your survival food at heavensharvest.com. Get your gold and silver at goldwithseth.com. Got to thank all these sponsors that help keep us independent. And Chris, thank you, man. You have set the record for the longest my show. And by I think actually the closest to this was maybe 3 hours. So 6 hours. It was great. It was absolutely wonderful. And I think that let's call it a night, man. Thank you for being here, and to the audience that has been watching, thank you all for being here. This is a historic moment, and this is basically almost about 4 years since I started Man in America, and so I'm glad to have walked this journey with you all. So, Chris, any final words for you?
No, I mean, again, Seth, thanks for this journey, man. I mean, it was a fun 6 hours. I feel like I'm a little, I don't know what to think. I don't think it's hit me yet. I'm still expecting something because I'm still having PTSD from 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But no, I'm ecstatic. I've been praying constantly. It's just, again, the Senate is ours, the White House is ours.
The House looks like it will be.
Yep. I think, again, it's, I think Elon Musk was right. I think Russell Brand was right. I think, Tucker Carlson was right. Like this wasn't just the next 4 years, it was the next 200 years,
Yeah.
And anyway, like I said, I can't wait, to see where Bobby Kennedy fits, where Tulsi Gabbard fits, where Elon Musk fits, Tucker Carlson, all of them, yeah, like I said, I just can't wait. Like I said, I had my doubts, but, again, we'll wait to see how the Senate plays out. But right now, yeah, I'm exhausted. You're exhausted, but no, I really appreciate it. It's a historic night. Just for everybody at home, though, who wants to call ladies of the View to tell them how wrong they were? Who's calling Robert Downey Jr.? Who's calling Robert De Niro and telling him to leave?
Well, I guess there's a bunch of celebrities that are going to leave at their own will, so we'll see how that plays out. So
yeah. Apparently, Jack Smith will be buying his passport.
And thank you for all the folks that are commenting over on Rumble. Ward and Grumpy as Hell and Delightful and Narrow Way, Narrow Gate something. There's just all kinds of lovely people that have been joining us over on Rumble. Thank you all for supporting free speech. Thank you for being part of the journey with Man in America. And I think the best is yet to come. So, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one last thing.
Yes.
Apparently Kamala Harris lost 20 million votes that Biden got 4 years ago. So I think the people rejected the Democratic machine. So anyway, Seth,
Yes.
I'm tired. You're tired. I'm Central Time, so it's only 2 a.m. here, so I can party for another hour. But
I know
I'm sure
it's late for me. It's 3 a.m. So, and I'm sure everyone as well watching. I'm sure everyone's ready for bed too. So, all right, well, everyone, thank you. God bless America. God bless President Trump. God bless the American people. Let's keep going. I think there's some probably some tough times still ahead, but we're gonna make it through. That's what we do. We're Americans. We come together. So,
yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Take care. God bless everybody. Well, my fade to black button doesn't work. So, all right, everybody. Thank you so much. I'll put another screen up for you. Here, I'll just put up. Here.